Hi, thank you for taking the time out of your schedule to watch this documentary. My name is Charlie Zeiss. I'm the owner of Stargate Pyramids, LLC, where I make healing and meditation pyramids. I'm also the chair of the Pyramid Science Foundation, a 501c3 research organization dedicated to exploring the effects of pyramid energy fields. Other than visiting the Mayan pyramids in the Yucatan about 40 years ago, I really never knew or cared much about pyramids until about 7 years ago when I happened to see David Wilcock's 10-part series on the Russian pyramids on his Wisdom Teaching series on Gaia TV. I was at a loss to explain all the amazing scientific research performed on the Russian pyramids. There was free energy, amazing health benefits, agricultural, environmental, and material science experiments with truly amazing results. I was too intrigued to just sit by and let it go, so I made a decision to spend the time necessary to figure out how all of these amazing results were possible. 6 years later, and much, much wiser on the subject, I wrote the book that you see on the screen now, 76.345, Exploring the Hidden Secrets of the Golden Ratio. It's available on Amazon.com in both paperback and Kindle editions. I don't know if anyone has ever written an entire book about a geometric angle, but there probably isn't an angle as universally important as this one. Why is it so important? Well, the answer is actually pretty straightforward. Based upon my research, life as we know it literally would not exist without it. Now, not wanting to keep you in suspense, 76.345 degrees is the geometric angle of three-dimensional Phi scaling, a phenomenon demonstrated by researchers Dan Winter and Nassim Haramein to be the process used to scale all physical reality, from the subatomic up to the galactic. Literally, without this angle, our physical reality could not and would not exist. The geometry of three-dimensional Phi scaling is the precise angle used in the Russian pyramids, but it's also found in Hindu and Buddhist temples, ancient conical structures such as the Great Zimbabwe ruins that are on the cover of the book that you're seeing right now, the Giza pyramid, Gothic cathedrals, churches, synagogues, mosques, hieroglyphs, obelisks, bell towers, castles, forts, Tartarian architecture, contemporary high-tech applications, sacred geometry designs, the Aztec Calendar, religious headwear, and much, much more. In nature, this angle is found in fundamental physical processes such as the refraction of light, the amplification of sound, water vortices, funnels and tornadoes, and even in our DNA. From a cosmological perspective, this angle is found in the scaling of fractals, in the scaling of the Platonic solids, and in the horns of the torus. All of these discoveries have now led me to develop a model of the organizing principles of the universe, which links all of these elements into an integrated dynamic model. Some really intriguing correlations also arise in the world of free energy. Not only do the Russian pyramids produce free energy, but other major free energy technologies of the 19th and 20th century use this angle as well, such as Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower and Viktor Schauberger's over-unity free energy devices. The angle is also seen in numerous drawings of 19th century free energy explorer John Keely. This geometry may be of significance as well in the nuclear fusion industry, another topic that we'll be discussing later. Prior civilizations had extensive knowledge of the golden ratio and 3D Phi scaling. and used this knowledge for thousands of years in their architecture, symbols, and drawings to produce these wonderful benefits of free energy, health, and longevity. So why don't we know about this? For the past 500 years or so, this knowledge has been actively suppressed and has all but been lost in contemporary culture. In my opinion, the suppression of this ancient knowledge is intentional and has been one of the greatest tragedies ever perpetrated on mankind. So how could this knowledge have been suppressed, you might ask? Until recently, most people, and you may be one of them, could not begin to fathom that a global elite could so completely control all facets of civilization that they could orchestrate such a massive rewrite of human history. Yet that is precisely what appears to have happened. After watching this information, I'm sure you'll agree that something is horribly wrong with our historical, scientific, and cosmological narratives. But you will also get a glimpse into the order and perfection which our physical reality represents. This video is divided into 13 segments. It's a long watch, so if you don't feel like committing to watch all of this at once, you may want to use the guide in the comments section to go to specific sections of interest. If you need additional time on any slides, simply pause the presentation. So now I want to show you what we're going to be discussing throughout this documentary, and here's the outline of the subjects. The first part, we're going to do an introduction to the golden ratio and 3D Phi scaling. Part 2, we're going to find 3D Phi scaling in ancient architecture. In part 3, in religious architecture. Part 4, secular architecture. Part 5, Tartarian architecture. Part 6, Neo-Gothic and contemporary secular architecture. Part 7, hieroglyphs and art and headwear. Part 8, contemporary technology. Part 9, in racing vehicles. Part 10, in free energy and health. Part 11, we're going to find it in sacred geometry models, drawings, and symbols. And then finally, in parts 12 and 13, we're going to get into some discussion topics. In part 12, we're going to talk about the suppression of sacred geometry and this ancient knowledge that's been going on for hundreds of years. And then in the last section, we're going to develop that torus-based model of the organizing principles of the universe. So let's get started. Part 1, Introduction to the Golden Ratio and 3D Phi Scaling. To begin this part, I wanted to talk first about what sacred geometry is for those of you who are unfamiliar with the term. Sacred geometry describes the fundamental laws which create everything in our existence. These laws unite consciousness and matter as well as science and spirituality. One of the primary tenets of sacred geometry is that geometry, mathematics, harmonics, and proportion are directly involved in the miracle of creation. The ancient study of this interplay is found in the quadrivium, an advanced system of learning attributed to Plato. Now, the teaching of the quadrivium was halted approximately 500 years ago at the end of the Middle Ages, at about the same time that Gothic cathedral construction came to a halt. Now, we call the period the Renaissance that we came into out of the Middle Ages, but I'm going to suggest that actually losing this tremendous information, maybe we are not in a Renaissance, but probably in a new dark age as a result of losing this ancient knowledge. But we'll be talking more about that as we move forward. Now, what is the golden ratio itself, or phi? The golden ratio, or phi in shorthand, is defined as the relationship between two or more objects such that, and let's look at the box here, A plus B, in other words, the length of this entire line is to A, the larger part, as A, the larger part, is to B, the smaller part. These are relationships that stay constant. And the golden ratio, or phi, is the only solution that makes that relationship work. And that's what makes the golden ratio nature's natural scaling ratio. Now, the golden ratio, or phi, is not a real number. In fact, it's an infinite irrational number. But rather than considering it as a number, we should consider it as a relationship, which we approximate as 1.6180339 and so forth at the bottom of the page, which is approximately equal to phi, or the golden ratio itself. So we'll be talking a lot more about this. So I wanted to make sure that everyone got at least a basic knowledge of what the golden ratio is all about. Nature's natural scaling ratio. Now, what is three-dimensional phi scaling? Well, you can see up here at the top of the page that on the left, Nassim Haramein, and down in the right diagram, Dan Winter, have both demonstrated that the universe uses the golden ratio, or phi, to scale all three-dimensional objects from the subatomic level all the way up to the galactic. And this research demonstrates that the universe uses a very precise methodology for organizing matter and information throughout the universe. Now, on the left is Nassim Haramein's example. Here, he used Planck length to relate a number of different objects from the subatomic up to the galactic, and you can see how well they follow along this line, which is a line representing phi scaling, 3D phi scaling. Now, on the right-hand side, we have Dan Winter's graph of the same thing. Rather than using Planck length, he used Planck time, but that's essentially just an inverse. But they both ended up with the same basic conclusions, that the universe is scaled with the golden ratio. So now we want to get into a topic of discovering the golden ratio in the Fibonacci sequence. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this, but this is background information which is fundamental to understanding the rest of the information we're going to be presenting. So I want to review what the Fibonacci sequence is. It's a recursive formula. Now, a recursive formula is a formula which uses the results of the first iteration to go into the second equation, and the results of the second equation into the third, and so forth. So you can see it's a continuous function that's taking up information and using that information as we proceed. So using 0 and 1 as the first two numbers, which we're going to do in a minute, we're going to be applying this general formula here. And this is math speak, but still, x sub n is equal to x n minus 2 plus x n minus 1. Well, in plain English, that just means that any given number is going to be the sum of the two previous numbers before it. So using 0 and 1 as the first two numbers in the sequence, we calculate the Fibonacci sequence to be 0 and 1. And then we add 0 and 1 together to get 1, 1 and 1 together to get 2. And so it goes 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, on to infinity. And this is the classic Fibonacci sequence that most of us are familiar with. Now, we can actually find the golden ratio in this sequence, and that's what we're going to be doing next. In order to discover the golden ratio, or phi, the next step is to divide each number in the series by the preceding number. Thus, the first ratio is 1 divided by 1, which is equal to 1, and we can see that plotted down here on the graph. The second one is 2 divided by 2, or 2, and we see that up here. The third is 3 divided by 2, or 1.5, which is the third. The fourth is 5 divided by 3, which is 1.666, and then 1.6, etc. Well, you can see what's happening here. These ratios are bouncing around the golden ratio, 1.618, getting alternately smaller and larger with each iteration. And the oscillation is much more profound at the beginning of the series, but the band of oscillation does narrow quickly. And if this process were taken to infinity, we would arrive at a perfectly precise calculation of the golden ratio. Of course, that's something that can't be done, but this phenomenon that we're seeing here is called Phi Convergence. We're converging on that number that could perfectly represent, ideally, the golden ratio. So now I want to talk about Phi convergence and 3D Phi scaling. Now, many researchers have the mistaken impression that the Fibonacci sequence will only achieve this Phi convergence using the initial number pairs of 0 and 1, and that's probably because we all think in 1 or 2 dimensions rather than multidimensionally, and also this is sort of the way people are taught this from the beginning. But the reality is that nothing could be further from the truth. Any initial number pair can be used with the Fibonacci sequence to achieve Phi convergence, and we'll be showing this later. So no matter what initial number pair is used, in my research, I've determined that after 24 iterations of Phi convergence will be precise to a minimum of 8 significant digits after the decimal point. This is irrespective of what numbers we start with. And this is extremely important because this realization can open up our thinking to accepting the Fibonacci sequence, or actually the recursion of Fibonacci, the recursion, as the perfect model for 3-dimensional Phi scaling. Again, we're going to be talking about this as we develop the model later in the documentary. So a lot of, one of the first things that I had to do, I told you that I learned about these from the Russian pyramids. When I decided I wanted to start making these for public sale and for myself, I needed to know what the geometry was. And one of the fascinating things that's happened in the West, when the Russian Soviet Union fell apart, all of the scientists that were working on these projects attempted to publish their research here in the West, but they were prohibited from doing so. Universally, they could not get a single academic journal to produce these and publish these amazing results, including what the geometry was. We did know that from Dr. Galad, Alexander Galad, the director of research on this project for Russia, had indicated that the golden ratio was in use, but I couldn't find it in any sort of traditional 2-dimensional fashion using just height and base length ratios and so forth, like we can with the Giza and other pyramids. So I had to reverse engineer it. And what I came up with, I knew that enough about sacred geometry to know that creation was supposed to begin in a sphere. So I decided, you can see the blue arrow in the middle of the page there. I decided that what I could do to try to approximate this was I've used 2 dimensions here for circles, but 3 dimensions would be spheres. I'm going to stack a series of circles or spheres on top of each other, the diameter of which is each time is going to decrease by this golden ratio. So in this example, my bottom diameter Li is equal to 1, and then I divide that by 1.618, and I get A1B1 of 0.618. Divide that by Phi, I get 0.382236, and so forth. Now that would go infinitely. I only did it for about 15 circles, and then I drew the sides of the triangle in 2 dimensions, or the pyramid in 3 dimensions. And what I found out was that it contained an angle of 76.345 degrees, which I'm pointing to with my cursor. at the bottom right-hand corner, which perfectly matches the protractor app estimate that I had come up with of 76.345 degrees. So that's in summary how I did this. The concept is there in the middle section. You see these spheres with the white line of energy spiraling through the pyramid. That was sort of the conception of what I thought might be the case, and it turned out to be spot on in terms of accuracy. The next thing that I found was that there were tremendous links between the Russian and the Giza pyramid geometries. And what I did in the diagram on the left, you can see the Russian pyramid picture and the Giza pyramid. I put those inside of each other. The Giza pyramid is obviously not as tall or steep, and so I put it inside the Russian pyramid with a common base length assumption of 2, and I came up with these relationships. Well, you're going to see the golden ratio here in virtually all of these applications. The height of the Russian pyramid for a base length of 2 is 4.116, which is 2 times the square root of phi, or golden ratio cubed. Now, we don't need to go into the math, but you see phi is there. The height of the Giza pyramid is the square root of phi, and the height ratio is 2 times phi of the ratios between the heights of the Giza and the Russian pyramids. Similarly, the slant height, which is this angle going from the sides up to the top of the Russian pyramid, is phi cubed. That height for the Giza pyramids is phi, and their ratio is phi squared. So you see that the golden ratio is heavily involved in both of these. But the most compelling piece of information is the fact that the slant angle, which is the base angle essentially of the Russian pyramid, I'm pointing to at point F here, is 76.345 degrees, as is precise to the third significant digit and further. If we were to go with more precision, we find that in the Giza pyramid at the apex. So those angles are identical. We're going to have a lot more information about that. George Leoniak's going to be presenting information on this later to show you from a sacred geometry perspective how these two link together. So, but all I knew when I saw this was this has got to be significant, and we were able to subsequently figure out how that all fits together. Now, I want to, before we finish this section, I didn't put a new section in about finding this geometry in nature, but I stuck it here because I think this will help you to understand the profound significance of this geometry in nature. And then we're going to be discussing it in architecture in future parts of this unit. But we see on the left, this is a diagram from an experiment that was done where a person, Clay Taylor, actually is the author of this. He put a spherical piece of glass at the end of a pipe, shone light through it, and then was able to measure the angle of refraction. And sure enough, the angle is 76.345 degrees. So we see that this is confirming the results that I got with my theoretical model, that when you use spheres, and that is the source of all creation, according to most theorists, that you get a 76.345 degree angle of refraction. In the next example, we can't see sound, but we know that sound is amplified by a megaphone, which has this exact geometry. We see a water funnel here of a water vortex, which has this angle, and we see it as well in our DNA. And it's not only in the macro structure of the DNA that we're depicting here, but you'll find this Fibonacci sequence, this Phi Convergence, occurring within the microtubules inside the DNA. So this is actually the macro level where we're finding this geometry, but it also exists down in levels that we can't really measure, but we can quantify by using the Fibonacci sequence. Now, here is some other examples that I think are absolutely critical for us to understand as we get into free energy and implosion geometry later in the documentary, and that's tornadoes. I've got a couple of examples here of the mature phase of tornadoes. Tornadoes go through organization phases and degradation phases, but when they're mature, and this is when they're most likely to strike the ground and cause the most damage, you're going to find, I only brought in a couple of these, that this geometry shows up precisely in the funnel clouds of tornadoes. So here's a couple of examples. I've done other videos where I've gone into much greater detail here, but you can see that these mature tornadoes have this geometry inside their funnels. Part 2, 3D Phi Scaling in Ancient Architecture. In this section, we'll be exploring the existence of the 76.345 degree 3D Phi scaling angle in Sardinian Nuraghes, Scottish Brochs, the Great Zimbabwe ruins, and in castles and forts. The Nuraghic civilization was an ancient civilization of Sardinia, a large island in the Mediterranean Sea, which lasted from approximately the 18th to the 23rd century BCE up to the Roman colonization in 238 BCE. Other dating methodologies place the Nuraghes at approximately 350,000 years old. Today, more than 7,000 Nuraghes dot the Sardinian landscape, although estimates place the original number at roughly 3 times that amount, or around 20,000. Sardinia is a designated blue zone, having one of the highest life expectancies on Earth. And the question that I'm going to pose is, could this long life expectancy be due to the powerful coherent energy fields produced by the 76.345 degree geometry of the Nuraghes? Now, we'll be getting into this more later, but there are plenty of other evidence of objects such as the Russian pyramids and the Great Zimbabwe ruin, creating enormous ionization fields. And we'll be talking about this more later, but research at the University of London has indicated that the existence of ions greatly reduces the amount of viral load, improving your immune function. The next section we're going to explore are the Scottish Brochs. A broch is a dry stone hollow-walled structure found in Scotland. The word broch derives from the Norse word borg, which means fort. When these monuments began to be studied in the 18th and 19th centuries, they were assumed to be fortifications, although more recently this assumption has been called into question. Given the consistent usage of the 3D Phi scaling geometry in these structures, new insights as to their original purpose, very likely will come from perceiving them as the energetic and healing centers that they very likely could have been in their original usage. Now we're going to move on to the Great Zimbabwe ruins. Great Zimbabwe is the name of the stone ruins of an ancient city near the modern-day Masvingo, Zimbabwe. People lived in Great Zimbabwe beginning around 1100 CE, but abandoned the settlement in the 15th century. In 2020, researchers Michael Tellinger and Dr. Sam Osmanagich measured an extremely high level of ionization at the base of the conical tower. Research conducted at the University of London determined that exposure to negative ions results in a 99% reduction of viral load, resulting in greatly enhanced immune function. These results are very much in line with the Russian pyramid health research, which demonstrates similar amazing improvements in immune function from Russian pyramid energy field exposure. Now we'll move on to castles and forts. Here again, there are numerous examples of castles and forts incorporating the 76.345 degree geometry. Knowledge of this geometry's unique attributes, again, may help to dispel memes intended to hide what I feel are the original purposes of these structures, which were as energy and information transmitters and receivers. We'll finish up this section discussing this amazing structure, the Wonderful Barn. Made out of rock and shaped like a corkscrew, Wonderful Barn towers above the surrounding countryside, looking more like a medieval fortress than a barn. Built in Ireland in 1743, there is debate over the original purpose of this structure as well. You can see over on the right, before it was refaced, what it looked like in its original stone configuration. Part 3, 3D Phi Scaling in Religious Architecture. In this section, we'll be exploring the use of the 76.345 geometry in the following areas of religious architecture: Hindu temples, Buddhist temples, pagodas, synagogues, mosques, Gothic cathedrals, Stave churches, Neo-Gothic churches, contemporary churches, and Mormon churches. We're going to begin with Hindu temples. Hindu temples are estimated to date back as far as 3,000 years. However, estimates of the age of the ancient Vedic texts from which the geometry of these temples first appears is approximately 18,000 years old. The two main styles of Hindu temples are the Nagara, or Northern Indian style, and the Dravidian, or Southern Indian style. The Nagara style is characterized by a beehive-shaped curvilinear tower called a shikara, which is made up of layer upon layer of architectural elements. The Dravidian style is characterized by its pyramidal-shaped central tower called a vimana. And here's a picture showing you the difference between these two styles, the Nagara on the left and the Dravidian style on the right. Now, Nagara-style temples display an advanced understanding of fractals. Yet, according to our traditional historical narrative, fractals were only discovered in the 1970s by Benoit Mandelbrot. And we'll discuss this later, but fractals are themselves scaled using the 76.345 Phi scaling geometry. And the pictures below show how the construction of a Nagara-style temple follows a fractal growth pattern. So you can see here, going from point A, or picture A to B to C, you can see the increased numbers of layers of essentially identical components of the temple. Dravidian-style temples tend to be constructed with individual cells or layers that are typically identical and are stacked in a pyramid form. Dravidian temples were created by the Pallavas dynasty, which ruled from about 550 to 890 CE in the Tamil region of India. All Dravidian temples incorporate the 76.345 degree angle, demonstrating a sophisticated knowledge of 3D Phi scaling and fractals. Now, in this example, this is the Thiruvanamali Hindu temple as well. There are two additional things I want to point out regarding free energy. In the top left-hand corner, researcher Praveen Mohan has done this is a picture from a video he did demonstrating the existence of a Tesla coil in a carving on the outside of the temple itself. And he relates that back to its energy generating capacity in the bottom of this temple. It gets extremely hot, and that thermal energy is being produced by this Tesla coil that's buried in the ground. And it's the term that's used in these temples for this type of coil and is called a lingam. And so we see free energy from his video, but also if you look at the right hand side at the top, I've done a detail of the top of the temple, and you can see these 13 balls. These containers probably contained mercury, because mercury was part of free energy technology in the past, and is in the presence of electrical fields, it becomes excited and spins in a vortex. These two contemporary examples demonstrate that Hindu temples continue to be built with this 76.345 degree geometry, which is not true of Western Christian architectures we'll be exploring later. Now we're going to move on to Buddhist temples. A Buddhist temple is the place of worship for Buddhists. They include the structures called vihara, chaitya, stupa, wat, and pagoda in different regions and languages. Temples in Buddhism represent the pure land or pure environment of a Buddha. Notice this royal palace in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, was built in the 1860s, yet if you look at the central photo, you're going to see that this palace works as a free energy generator, and this is taken off of a YouTube video that demonstrates its free energy generating capacity in contemporary culture. And on the right, check to see the 76.345 degree coil that's atop the palace. You'll see that 76.345 degree coil in all of the rest of these temples as well, so be on the lookout for that. Here's some Buddhist temples in Bagan, Myanmar. From a historical perspective, Bagan was formerly known as pagan, and that's the origin of the Western term pagan. It looks to me like anything but an unsophisticated society. And notice the existence of these hemispherical structures. These must have been using resonance technology of some sort to generate energy fields, which could then be collected or transmitted through the use of the coils at the top. Now we're going to move on to pagodas. A pagoda is an East Asian tiered tower with multiple eaves common to Nepal, China, Japan, Korea, Myanmar, Vietnam, and other parts of Asia. Most pagodas were built to have a religious function, most often Buddhist, but sometimes Taoist as well. The pagoda traces its origins to the stupa of ancient India. And many of these pagodas contain the 76.345 degree geometry of 3D Phi scaling. Now we're going to move on to 3D Phi scaling in Western religious architecture. And as you can see here, we've got examples from Judaism, Christianity, and Islam that we're going to be covering. First, we're going to cover synagogues. There is a limited photographic information available on Jewish synagogues, due in large part to the destruction of numerous synagogues before and during World War II. On November 9th and 10th, 1938, in an incident known as Kristallnacht, Nazis in Germany torched synagogues and vandalized Jewish homes, schools, and businesses. More than 1,000 synagogues were destroyed during the Third Reich's Night of Shattering Glass. Kristallnacht was undertaken on the birthday of Martin Luther, founder of the Protestant Reformation and author of the anti-Semitic pamphlet On the Jews and Their Lies, which served as a blueprint for Nazi atrocities. A mosque is a place of worship for Muslims. Mosque buildings typically contain an ornamental niche set into the wall that indicates the direction of Mecca. ablution facilities, and minarets, which calls to prayers are issued. Historically, mosques have served as a religious center, a court of law, and a religious school. In modern times, they have also preserved their role as places of religious instruction and debate. And now moving on to Gothic cathedrals. Gothic cathedrals are some of the most recognizable and magnificent architectural feats ever constructed. The Gothic style originated in 12th century France in the Basilica of Saint Denis, a suburb north of Paris, conceived of by Abbot Suger. The 76.345 degree angle is the predominant slant angle used in Gothic cathedral steeples. A number of the steeples contain 72 and 72.828 slant angles, and they are also both golden ratio angles. There are also a number of steeples with 80 to 83% slant angles. We haven't finished our research on those, but the preliminary research indicates that these steeples also incorporate golden geometry or golden ratio geometry in their steeple construction. Stave churches are a type of wooden church built in northern Europe between 800 and 1200 CE. In the mid-14th century, construction abruptly ceased, roughly corresponding to the end of the Middle Ages and the suppression of instruction in the quadrivium. About 30 Stave churches survive in Norway, nearly all dating from the 12th and 13th centuries. Sweden, Poland, and English each have one of these churches, and in addition, 2 replicas of Stave churches have been constructed in the United States, one in Minnesota and one in South Dakota. Neo-Gothic is an architectural movement that began in the late 1740s in England. The movement gained momentum and expanded in the first half of the 19th century, and by the middle of the 19th century, Neo-Gothic had become the preeminent architectural style in the Western world, only to fall out of fashion in the late 1880s and early 1890s. As it relied heavily upon the forms of Gothic cathedrals, Neo-Gothic church architecture continued to extensively use the 76.345-degree angle. Contemporary churches. Church architecture in the 20th century became more concerned with utilitarian design as the interest in and knowledge of sacred geometry began to wane. Steeple design rapidly changed to a purely aesthetic exercise rather than a functional one. Although the 76.345 geometry was still used in the early part of the 20th century, by the latter half of the century there was a striking decline in its usage. This decline is confirmed by the fact that not a single United States church steeple manufacturer currently makes a stock 76.345 degree church steeple, even though this was 1 century before the predominant geometry used in church steeples in the United States. Mormon churches. The founders of the Mormon Church were Freemasons and had extensive knowledge of sacred geometry. This is probably one of the reasons why the Mormon Church appears to be the only Western religious organization to continue to consistently use the 76.345 degree geometry in their steeples. The other reason we have a separate section for the Mormon churches is because the Mormon Church has maintained excellent photographic records of their church buildings, which allowed me to really gather an in-depth historical perspective on the changes in steeple design. And finally, I want to close this part with a brief discussion of the disappearance of 3D Phi scaling in Western Christian architecture. As we mentioned before, by the beginning of the 20th century, sacred geometry was no longer being employed by architects and was seen merely as a superstitious adherence to a system with no worth beyond tradition. Over time, most architects of Western Christian churches were no longer aware, in fact, of the rich tradition of sacred geometry in church architecture. However, this trend was not universal. Contemporary Hindu architecture as well as Eastern Russian Orthodox churches, Buddhist temples, and the like, continue to use this geometry in their new construction. Is 3D Phi scaling purposely being shunned in contemporary Western Christian architecture? It's a question that is definitely worth asking. And if it is being purposely suppressed and shunned, Western Christianity is suppressing perhaps the most visible evidence there is of the existence of God. Part 4, 3D Phi scaling in secular architecture. We're now going to turn our attention to the many areas of secular architecture that utilize the 76.345 geometry. And some of those sections will include castles, clock and bell towers, mystery school architecture, obelisks, schools, colleges, and universities, and government buildings and monuments. Castles provide a multitude of examples of the 76.345 3D Phi scaling geometry. There's very little research out there on the purpose of these conical structures atop castles in mainstream sources. However, from my research, it certainly appears these structures use this geometry for energy production. There are many examples of Antiquitech, which are fractal antennas, the mercury balls we saw in the Thiruvanamali Temple, and capacitors and other types of Antiquitech. So this is a clear indication of free energy technology at work. So be on the lookout for this Antiquitech as we go through these slides. Clock and bell towers commonly serve as part of a church, but there are also many secular bell towers, often part of a municipal building, an educational establishment, or a tower built specifically to house a carillon. The terms campanile and belfry are synonymous with bell towers. Clock and bell towers almost exclusively use the 76.345-degree geometry, given its unique ability to amplify sound. Mystery school architecture. One of the best ways to memorialize knowledge is in architecture. In so doing, architecture is able to transcend time, politics, and the suppression of information, waiting for someone to unlock the hidden secrets in this geometry. Mystery school architecture provides some excellent examples of the 76.345 geometry. Obelisks are tall, four-sided, narrow, tapering monuments which end in a pyramid-like shape at the top. Originally, they were called tekenu by the ancient Egyptians. The Greeks who saw them used the term obeliskos to describe them, and this word passed into Latin and ultimately into English. The English obelisks the Egyptian obelisks were always carved from single pieces of stone, usually pink granite from the distant quarries at Aswan. But exactly how they were transported hundreds of miles and then erected without block and tackle remains a mystery to researchers. Many schools, colleges, and universities contain examples of the 76.345 degree architecture as well. In some cases, these buildings predate the institutions themselves. In other cases, the usage has been included in contemporary architecture as well, likely without any understanding of the significance of the angle. Government buildings and monuments provide more examples of the 76.345 degree geometry. Many researchers believe these buildings were taken over and repurposed after a great reset occurred at some point or points during the last 150 to 500 years. Part 5, 3D Phi Scaling in Tartarian Architecture. Every record has been destroyed or falsified, every book rewritten, every picture has been repainted, every statue and street building has been renamed, every date has been altered, and the process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. History has stopped. Nothing exists except an endless presence in which the party is always right. And this comes from George Orwell, book 1984. And it seems very appropriate beginning for this part of the documentary. The Tartarian Empire is a relatively new but rapidly expanding field of historical inquiry. As a result of the cover-up of the history of the Tartarian Empire, it truly is difficult to confirm many details about its history and the extent of its influence. However, there is a growing consensus that a global empire with free energy and healing technology existed up until about 150 to 200 years ago. Numerous YouTubers are actively pursuing this line of inquiry, and new information is being continually uncovered. Maps demonstrate that the Tartarian Empire at one time encompassed virtually the entire planet, yet we are taught nothing about the Tartarian Empire in school or informed of its existence by government or mainstream media. The elimination of the Tartarian Empire from history is yet another of the great cover-ups in our historical narrative, and has been accomplished at roughly the same time that other major parts of our science and history over the last 150 to 200 years have been rewritten, such as the elimination of the ether, the elimination of sacred geometry from our education process, and the elimination of the quadrivium as a field of study, as examples. The cover-up is likely due to the free energy and health technology of the Tartarian Empire. The extensive use of the 76.345 degree angle, coupled with the prevalence of Antiquitech, we're going to see more of these mercury balls, fractal antennas, onion domes, and the like, corroborates the existence of these lost healing and free energy technologies. And to quote Winston Churchill, history is rewritten by the winners. This is a picture of Red Square, and you can see that this geometry is everywhere on Red Square. Here is two striking examples that demonstrate the existence of Tartaria. On the left, we have a map from 1652, which shows the Tartarian Empire. I'm going to show you with my cursor now. All of the area that's marked in green was at that time part of Tartaria. You can see that all of India, current-day China, Russia, the Middle East, these were all parts of the Tartarian Empire, as was all of North and Central America. You can see all of this because all of this is shaded in green together. Very likely that at this point, that the empire may have been contracting because because we find this architecture everywhere around the world, we figure that this empire was worldwide at one point. Another thing we're showing on the right side here is the flag of Tartary. That yes, they did have a national flag, and it was a real country at one point. So why is it that we don't know about it? Now, here are two differing perspectives on Tartaria. The first one, it comes from author, producer, and anthropologist Robert Sepper, who has a wonderful YouTube channel where he goes into these types of topics. But according to Robert, Tartary is a vast country in the northern parts of Asia, bounded by Siberia on the north and west, that is called the Great Tartary. Tartary was a country with its own flag, its own government, its own language, and its own place on maps, especially predating the second half of the 19th century. As I mentioned, about 150 to 200 years ago, for some reason, Tartary began to be rewritten out of our history books. Its territory was huge, according to Robert, but somehow quietly incorporated into Russia, China, and other countries. Now, you take that and contrast it with the way Wikipedia currently depicts Tartary, and we get quite a different perspective. According to Wikipedia, Tartary was a blanket term used in Western European literature and cartography for a vast part of Asia bounded by the Caspian Sea, the Ural Mountains, the Pacific Ocean, and the northern borders of China, India, and Persia, at a time when this region was largely unknown to European geographers. Gee, I wonder if the people at Wikipedia could go do a search on their own website and they can find the Tartarian flag, but we'll move on. Another aspect that demonstrates that this history has been excised from our history books on purpose comes from this declassified 1957 CIA document. This was declassified, I believe, in 1997, but here's what it has to say about Tartarian. Or let us take the matter of history, which along with religion, language, and literature constitute the core of a people's cultural heritage. Here again, the communists have interfered in a shameless manner. For example, on 9 August 1944, the Central Committee of the Communist Party, sitting in Moscow, issued a directive ordering the party's Tartar Provincial Committee, quote, to proceed to a scientific revision of the history of Tartaria to liquidate serious shortcomings and mistakes of a nationalistic character committed by individual writers and historians in dealing with Tartar history. In other words, Tartar history was to be rewritten. Let us be frank, was to be falsified in order to eliminate references to great Russian aggressions and to hide the facts of the real course of Tartar-Russian relations. And this was no isolated case. Now, there are other examples of YouTube video YouTubers who have, researchers who have demonstrated that much of the Tartarian architecture, including pyramids, were destroyed during this period of revisionist history. And we're going to be showing you some of those examples as well later in this section. So what I want to do, because this is so important a topic, I want to focus on Antiquitech here for a few minutes and show you the various devices that were used in the Tartarian architecture to create free energy. So we're going to start in the top left-hand corner. You can see here the three major elements three of many major elements of Tartarian Antiquitech. First is the ball at the bottom. This most likely contained mercury, and mercury is excited in the presence of an electrical field. But if we move up, we see the crescent, and then we see the Christian cross. As it turns out, both the cross, the crescent, and in fact, even the Star of David, all turn out to be fractal antennas. And what does that mean? That means that they were used in either transmitting or receiving information and energy through the ether. If we go to the center picture on the top, we're going to see the same thing here. We're going to see this crescent, and we're going to see fractal antennas. On top, we see the smaller mercury balls, but here we see the characteristic onion domes, which also played a part in Tartarian free energy technology. And then on the right here, this is actually a picture, we'll see it again, of a Russian Orthodox cathedral in Ukraine with the onion domes. You're going to see here as well that there are lines coming down from the fractal antennas. Those go down most likely into the ground, but we're part of this energy harvesting process of etheric energy. And then once again, we're going to see here in the bottom, we're going to see this 76-345 angle here with the onion domes, the mercury balls, the crescent, and the fractal cross antennas. Now here we're going to see some more elaborate examples from Tartaria of these fractal antennas. And so this is demonstrating a very, very sophisticated knowledge of antennas, and one can't escape the fact that when you realize that these antennas are so heavily fractalized that they knew exactly what they were doing with respect to free energy in putting these antennas on top of their tall buildings. Here are two other examples of Tartarian Antiquitech that we don't necessarily think about automatically, but old Tartarian architecture had fireplaces like this one. They were very shallow. You'll find these andirons as well, but what you find is that no wood had ever been burned in any of these older buildings, the so-called fireplaces. And those who follow this technology more completely than I do, many of them are suggesting that these andirons and this whole fireplace as we know it, technology was actually a form of radiant energy that hooked up in conjunction with the free energy technology on the outside of the buildings. Another one is the classic pipe organ. The pipe organs are found throughout, of course, the Gothic cathedrals and in Russian and Eastern Orthodox churches. How these were built is another topic of discussion. I seriously wonder whether we could even rebuild these today, but these were used inside of the so-called churches, which I believe many of them were healing centers as well, in context of sound healing. So the first section I want to show you in terms of architecture are the Kremlin wall towers. The Kremlin wall is a defensive wall surrounding the Moscow Kremlin. The Kremlin wall contains 19 towers, 12 of which incorporate the 76.345 degree geometry. At the end of the section, I'm going to show you an early photograph of pre-Edison illumination at the Moscow Kremlin. And it lends credence to the idea that this geometry, since all of this is pre-Edison electricity, that the geometry of the wall towers could have easily played a significant role, if not the role, in generating this free energy. Now we're going to look at Tartarian architecture, not just in Moscow. This is St. Basil's Cathedral, but throughout the world, and continue noting the fractal antennas and other Antiquitech as we go through these slides. Now we're going to take a look at examples of a Tartarian architecture within the United States. And finally, here are some examples of some old Russian postcards. These postcards depict scenes from Russia showing pyramids were commonplace at the time of their taking of these photographs. And that demonstrated that the pyramids of a prior era have been destroyed, because these pyramids don't exist today. But you can see on the right-hand side here, the photos of the pyramids, and then another one on the left. We're going to see a close-up of that one shortly. And here we go with that example. You'll see these two pyramids. They even have the 76.345 geometry. And now we see these other pyramids as well. So, you know, the big question that comes from these old postcards is what happened to these pyramids, because they don't exist today. And here's an example of an elephant cart that's pulling objects that are surprisingly similar looking to our contemporary depictions of flying saucers. So don't know what to make of that, but it's certainly telling us that the history that we know of today is not the history that really occurred even as recently as 150 years ago. And to finish up this section, here's a drawing of Tartarian pyramids during this era, and you can see various shapes and sizes, but pyramids seem to have been very commonplace in the Tartarian Empire. Part 6, 3D Phi Scaling in Neo-Gothic and Contemporary Secular Architecture. Neo-Gothic is an architectural movement that began in the late 1740s in England. By the middle of the 19th century, Neo-Gothic had become the preeminent architectural style in the Western world, only to fall out of fashion in the 1880s and early 1890s. Neo-Gothic architecture varied considerably in its faithfulness to both the ornamental style and the principles of construction of its Gothic original, using touches of Gothic decoration on a building otherwise on a wholly 19th century plan, and using contemporary materials and construction methods, most notably the use of iron, and after the 1880s, the use of steel, in ways never seen in Gothic architecture. The 76.345 degree geometry is well represented in Neo-Gothic architecture. Despite its continued use in other cultures, usage in Western architecture began to decline significantly after the beginning of the 20th century. contemporary castles, hotels, and tourist attractions. These contemporary castles, hotels, and tourist attractions have all maintained the 76.345-degree geometry. In each case, these structures are recreating a pre-existing structure, likely without any understanding of the geometric significance of the structures that they are recreating. Part 7, 3D Phi Scaling in Hieroglyphs, Art, and Headwear. Both Western and Eastern cultures provide us numerous examples of the 76.345 geometry in hieroglyphs, art, and headwear. Egyptian hieroglyphs and the Aztec calendar provide virtually identical representations of a 76.345-degree pyramidal structure. Depictions of 76.345 are found in both contemporary and older paintings. Both Eastern and Western culture exhibit knowledge of 76.345 and headwear, with the West positioning this geometry in a generally negative context, such as witch hats and dust caps, as we'll see, while Eastern culture depicts this angle in a much more reverential manner. Here we see the Temple of Karnak hieroglyphs from Egypt, and you'll see that it has this 76.345-degree geometry. We'll be talking more about this specific hieroglyph later in the documentary. And here's the Aztec calendar, and you'll see here that the representations are, virtually identical between the hieroglyphic Karnak and the Aztec calendar depictions. Now we're going to look at 3D Phi scaling in symbols, drawings, and paintings. Again, there are numerous examples of ancient coins, esoteric symbols, drawings, and paintings incorporating the 76.345-degree angle. And similar to the architectural examples that we've seen earlier, were these attempts to preserve the knowledge of this geometry in a world where these truths could not be spoken. Tower of Babel story of the construction is found in Genesis 11, verses 1 through 9. In verse 6, the Lord said, if as one people speaking the same language, they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other. Virtually all of the numerous artists, and this is the surprising thing to me when I noticed this, all of these artists have continued to draw the Tower of Babel during the past 500 years using this 76.345 degree angle. And I found that to be very, very fascinating. So it forces me to ask the question, and I'll pose it to you. Was the Tower of Babel actually a free energy or healing structure based on sacred geometric principles? And are the Tower of Babel paintings another method of passing along this suppressed information? So follow along as we watch these slides and be fascinated at how all of these artists throughout time have used this exact angle to depict the Tower of Babel. In this section, we're going to be discovering and exploring 3D Phi scaling in Christmas decorations. And here we have a picture on the left. This is a artificial Christmas tree across the street from St. Patrick's Cathedral in Manhattan. But you can see that its dimensions are identical to the Phi scaling model that I put together. And it's identical to the steeple at the Ulm Cathedral in Germany. So all examples here of 3D Phi scaling in the Christmas season. So first we want to review the Christmas tree itself. The Christmas tree is an evergreen tree, often a pine, spruce, or fir, decorated with lights and ornaments as part of Christmas festivities. There are 3 different types of Christmas trees, and they each have a slightly different golden ratio geometry, as it turns out. Now, the 76.345 degree does show up in one of these designs, or one of these trees, specifically in the spruce tree, and it seems to have become the predominant geometry in artificial trees, although other golden ratio geometries are still found with some regularity. So first I want to show you the Fraser fir Christmas tree. You can see a live example of that on the left and an artificial representation of the tree on the right. And as you'll notice, this is challenging to make definitive statements about geometry, given the fact that we don't have highly defined angles on the trees. But it appears as though 72 degrees is the appropriate slant angle for the Fraser fir. Now we'll move on to the Scotch pine tree, and we're going to go back and look. You can see it's just a little steeper in angle, and when I measure it, it seems as though 72.828 seems to be the appropriate angle, both for the live tree and for the artificial tree that's supposed to represent the real Scotch pine. And then finally, we're going to see the blue spruce tree, and it seems to have the 76.345 degree angle on the live version on the left, as well as the artificial version on the right. So just to go back and review, you can see here, this is 72, a little steeper, 72.828, and finally the blue spruce at 76.345. And here are a couple of artificial trees for home use, just to give you some representations. Here's a 76.345 degree artificial tree and another one as well. But the predominant slant angle seems to be the 76.345. That's becoming most popular. Now we're going to look at some other items other than Christmas trees for the home. Here's a decorative Christmas tree that you might put on your counter or a tabletop, and it has this 76.345 geometry. I found this vintage Christmas tree light. We had these kinds of lights when I was growing up, and it has this 76.345 degree angle. Here are some ornaments that we're not terribly familiar with. I've done videos on this separately about Christmas pyramids. Christmas pyramids were quite popular, and there are full-scale examples of these in cities such as Luxembourg. But these Christmas pyramids were a separate Christmas item until they themselves were merged into the idea of the Christmas tree several hundred years ago. Now, here's another example of a Christmas tree from a company called Pro Aurum, which I think means for gold. This is a Christmas tree pyramid. You can see it's being put together now. Essentially, this is a Russian geometry pyramid, but it has slots to put in gold coins, and that's what makes it so expensive. This is for the family that has everything, because the cost of this is about $2 million. Here's another example, the Swarovski Christmas tree at the Hong Kong airport. I believe this is largely made of crystal, and you can see it maintains this geometry as well. Now we're going to look at a couple of Christmas ornaments. These are ornaments that are made to be placed on the Christmas tree. Two different types here, but Christmas cones ornaments, each with the 76.345 degree geometry. Here are some examples of wooden plank Christmas trees. Totally different designs, but you can see that they all end up with the same 3D 5-scaling geometry. Now, here's an outdoor Christmas cone light. We're going to be looking at this in a larger scale context in a few minutes for municipal Christmas trees, but you can see here that it maintains that geometry as well. And now we're going to look at a number of public Christmas trees, and you're going to find this 76.345 geometry everywhere. Now we're going to move into looking at 3D Phi scaling and headwear. There are numerous examples of 3D Phi scaling in religious and secular headwear throughout all eras and all cultures. And it's important in this section to notice that the headwear using this geometry is revered, generally speaking, in Eastern culture, whereas it's generally depicted in a negative or evil context in the West. We're going to start by looking at Western culture headwear. Here we're looking at Hindu headwear, and we're going to see that each of the three deities in Hindu religion, male deities as well as the female deities, always have headwear with this geometry. And here we see the Buddha similarly adorned with headwear with this geometry. Now we're going to look at some unique applications of this. This is sort of a catch-all segment where I found things that didn't fit into other categories, but I will make some comments on each of these as we go by them. The first one is the Tesla logo. Now we're going to be seeing that Elon Musk is aware of this geometry in his aerospace applications, but it's interesting to find this geometric angle in the logo for the Tesla automobiles. Here's a baby toy that demonstrates this geometry as well. Metronome, for some reason, has this geometric angle as well. This is a picture from the early days of Saturday Night Live back in the 1970s. This was a segment called the Coneheads, and the cones that they wore had this geometry as well. And then finally, here's some melted ruins in Petra, Jordan. Fascinating to see this geometry in this old melted architecture. And here are some incense cones as well, an application I was not aware of until I did some research recently. And finally, a couple of lighthouses as well. Not all lighthouses by any means have this geometry, but I did find a couple of examples, and this seems to be common in certain areas of New England and Canada. And finally, this is a pyramid that was constructed on the Maidan in Kiev during the 2014 coup. And as I mentioned here, this is an example of sacred geometry being used for negative purposes. According to Dr. Galad, this pyramid was used to influence subconsciously and to program anxiety, riots, and the like during the Maidan coup. Here's a dinner bell that I found that has this geometry. Again, this shouldn't be a surprise because we know that this geometry amplifies sound. Here's an ice cream cone with this geometry. So to finish out this segment, we're looking now at pigeon towers from Egypt. It's fascinating that they have this geometry as well. Part 8, 3D Phi Scaling in Contemporary Technology. In this section, we're going to be examining a number of examples of the 76.345 geometry in contemporary technology. And the sections we're going to be covering in this part include from the 19th century iron furnaces, tent stoves, chemistry flasks, beginning in the 20th century and late 19th century, hyperboloid structures, and then moving into the 20th century, aeronautical applications, nautical applications, and examples of this geometry in aquatic life. So we're going to start with iron furnaces. The first iron furnace in the United States was built in the 1730s in Cornwall, which is in Lebanon County, Pennsylvania. It's about 15 miles from where I live. But much of the iron that was produced from this furnace and many other furnaces like it in the era were used in the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, the Mexican War, and the Civil War. Pennsylvania was an early leader in the production of iron, as there were significant amounts of anthracite coal available in Pennsylvania. Anthracite coal produces higher temperatures than the lignite coal found in other parts of the United States, but it makes it an optimal location for the production of iron. Now, the 76.345 3D Phi scaling geometry was of great importance to the iron furnace manufacturers because it provided the optimum geometry, the optimum environment for maximizing heat generation within the furnace. And here is another example of 19th century technology. This is the Sibley tent stove. It was invented by Henry Hopkins Sibley. You can see here on the left, you could place this tent stove inside of your tent, vent it outside the tent, and with a minimal amount of fuel, you could keep your tent warm in the wintertime. But sure enough, it uses the exact same 76.345 scaling geometry that we saw in the iron furnaces. And here's another example of a 19th century technology where you wouldn't necessarily expect to find this geometry, but this is called the Erlenmeyer Flask. If you're like me and you took organic chemistry in college, or even any other chemistry class for that matter, you most likely used an Erlenmeyer flask in a lot of your experiments. Now, Emil Erlenmeyer, was actually an expert in organic chemistry double bonding, and this is a way of increasing the energy that's stored inside of a chemical molecule. And given the fact that he was also a leader in areas such as the theory of structure, I think that we can safely assume that he knew about this geometry, because apparently it has an impact, a positive impact, on certain organic chemistry experiments that allow these reactions to occur more completely and fully. The next section we want to talk about are hyperboloid structures. Now, hyperboloid structures are often tall structures such as towers, where the hyperboloid geometry structural strength is used to support an object high above the ground. The first hyperboloid structures were built by Russian engineer Vladimir Shukov, including the Shukov Tower, which we'll see here in a few minutes. Hyperboloid structures are superior in stability against outside forces compared with quote-unquote straight buildings. They are commonly used in purpose-driven structures such as water towers to support a large volume or mass of water, used in cooling towers, and for aesthetic purposes. And we're going to see examples of all three of those in this section. A hyperboloid structure is beneficial for power plant cooling towers. And the reason for that is that at the bottom, the widening of the tower provides a large area for installation of fill to promote thin film evaporative cooling of the circulated water. And as the water first evaporates and rises, the narrowing effect inside this structure helps accelerate the laminar flow. And then as it widens out, contact between the heated air and atmospheric air supports turbulent mixing. So here's an example of the power plant cooling tower. Again, you can see at the bottom, there's openings here for the air to come in through the bottom. But what you don't see in the middle here, where my cursor is about the place where the hot steam is turned into a mist and is sprayed on the inside of this cooling tower. And the evaporative process combined with the geometry creates an upward flow, as you can see in the steam rising up out of the top of the cooling tower. With the absence of this geometry, it would most likely be required to have a gigantic powered fan at the top of the cooling tower to suck the air out. But given the fact that the 76345 geometry is being used, it optimizes that laminar flow inside and obviates the need for an outside energy source to power a fan to make this process work. Here's one of the examples of the water towers. tower, which was the first hyperboloid structure. Now we're going to move on to 3D Phi scaling in aeronautics. Aeronautics is involved with the study, design, and manufacture of flight-capable machines and objects. And within this general area, we've also included some other objects in this section for consideration. And in this section, we will see the principles of universal Phi scaling in action in a number of highly advanced aeronautical applications, including boat sails, arrows, bullets, spacecraft, rockets, missiles, and aircraft, all incorporating the 76.345 angle. Here are Native American arrows. Both the arrowheads and the fletching use the 76.345 geometry. So the Native Americans obviously knew about this information as well. And here's an example with bullets. Every bullet that I've measured ends up having this geometric angle as well. Here's the United States Space Shuttle. It's now retired, but it has this geometry. The Sputnik spacecraft, this was the first orbiting spacecraft, has this geometry. And here's the SpaceX Dragon. This is from SpaceX. Another example of Elon Musk using the 3D Phi scaling geometry in his technology for spacecraft. Here's an example from India of aircraft that they are developing that use this geometry. Here's some of our old rockets, the Redstone rockets, which were developed, I believe, in the 1960s. Here's the Saturn I rocket showing this geometry. Jupiter rockets as well, having this geometry. Here's an example from Pakistan. And a couple of missiles here from Russia. These are American missile systems, the AIM systems. Here's a joint project of a missile system between Israel and the United States. Here's a Chinese missile system using this geometry. And here's some aircraft. This is the Lockheed SR-71 Blackbird. Has this geometry in its nose cone. McDonnell Douglas F-15s have this geometry in their nose cones, as do the MiG-29s from Russia. So everyone knows about this geometry. It's just that it's hidden from us for general public consumption. Here's an example of an aircraft, the Saab aircraft in Sweden. And now we're going to look at a subsection of these, a much more contemporary version of space travel is called hypersonic vehicles. Hypersonic vehicles and weaponry are among the most cutting-edge technologies currently under development. And they're being developed by a number of countries, including Russia, China, India, and the United States. Development of this technology is progressing rapidly. At present, however, Russia has the technological lead and has developed 3 different delivery systems for hypersonic technology. Those are from airplanes, boats, and ICBM systems. So we're going to see each of those here in a moment. Hypersonic travel is defined as travel in excess of 5 times the speed of sound, or Mach 5. And Russia claims to have hypersonic weaponry systems that will travel at Mach 20, or approximately 15,000 miles an hour. The 76.345 geometry of 3D Phi scaling is found in all of these vehicles and engines designed for hypersonic travel. And the reason for that is that not only does this geometry reduce friction and drag, but it also helps to reduce heat buildup on the skin of the vehicles. Here's an example of one of the 3 Russian systems. This is called the Kinzhal, and this is an air-launched system. You can see that the jet airplane that's used to hoist this into the air, its nose cone has this geometry as well. 27.309, just to clarify, is the apex angle of a pyramid with a 76.345 degree base angle. And so that's the way I measure a lot of these, is at the top angle because it's easier to do. So we can see the plane has it, and then we can also see here in that the Kinzhal missile itself has this geometry in the nose cone as well. Now, the ship launch system from Russia is called the Sircon, and we can see it here, a prototype or drawing of it, and sure enough, we find this very same geometric angle at the tip of this system. And again, this is to minimize drag and reduce heat buildup on the tip of the vehicle. And then finally, the third system that they have developed is called a hypersonic glide vehicle, and their version is called the Avant-Garde, and it is an ICBM launched hypersonic guide vehicle. And you can see here that this geometry shows up in that vehicle as well. Now, what's interesting about these vehicles is that, unlike missiles, these vehicles can be turned left and right, up and down, and so they're quite mobile. And because of the combination of their rapid speed and their maneuverability, the U.S. and no other countries around the world have anything that can stop these vehicles from penetrating our defenses. Now, here's an example of an HGV that's being developed in China. Their version is called the DF-17. On the left-hand side, we see a mock-up, probably the one that we see here on the right, inside of a wind tunnel for testing purposes. And on the right-hand side, you see a number of engineers who are holding up the prototype with this Phi scale, 3D Phi scaling geometry. And here's the version that's being developed in India. India expects to have a Mach 5 to Mach 6 HG vehicle in operation by the end of, I believe it's 2024 to 2025. Now, here's a hypersonic glide vehicle that we are in development in here in the United States. This is called the DARPA Falcon HTV-2. And once again, you can see the geometry here in the vehicle's design. Here's an interesting photo that I found looking at some YouTube videos on HGV, and you'll notice that this depiction has rings emanating, as the HGV vehicle, goes through the air. And I kind of know now at this point what's going to work and what's not. And sure enough, when I went and measured the geometry of those rings, we once again see this 3D Phi scaling geometry in these rings as well. Now we're going to get into some of the technical areas of the actual internal design of the jet engines themselves. Now, scramjet engines are the most recent variation. Our traditional jet engines that we were familiar with on our Boeing and other commercial aircraft, they're designed to basically go up to about Mach 3, but they're really not any effective any faster than that. And the next generation from that is called a ramjet. And the reason it's called a ramjet is because it only begins to work at about I believe it's Mach 1. You couldn't use this engine to take off from the ground with, because it just wouldn't function right. But ramjets will go from about 1 to 3. They'll stop at about 6. Mach 6 is their end of their effectiveness, and after that, you go into this newest technology called scramjet engines. What I want to point out to you is that this is a company called Reaction Engines, and their system is called SABRE, Synergetic Air-Breathing Rocket Engine. And what I want you to look at is the nozzle here in the back. This is where the magic happens. And sure enough, when we go and look at that and measure it, the angle of 76,345 shows up again, and therefore must be a critical component in this technology. Here's another schematic of how this works. This one's kind of it's oriented the other way. The air's coming in from the left, and the other one it was coming in from the right, but you can see that with the blue. The air is being compressed as it's sucked in as you're moving forward, but then again, they're using, you see it again, the 76,345 angle, or the 27,309 apex angle is being used here as part of the accelerant process, or the expansion process in the scramjet engine. Here's an example of the Lockheed Martin SR-72. We saw the 71 a few minutes ago, and this is, I think, being redesigned to potentially be an unmanned craft as well. And we can see, again, the geometry in the nose of the Lockheed Martin SR-72. Now we'll look at some of the engines. This is a Merlin engine. This was at SpaceX. This was sort of their early version of their rocket engine, and we find the geometry there. Then we move into the more recent version. There's actually a Raptor 1 and a Raptor 2. I believe these are Raptor 2 engines, but they continue to improve upon their technology at SpaceX. But we can see this geometry in the rocket engine, both sitting on the floor in the production facility, and also inside the rocket itself. Now we're going to look at some nautical vehicles. Similar to aeronautical vehicles, nautical vessels incorporate the 76,345 angle extensively as well. And these examples demonstrate that 76,345 is the optimum geometry to minimize turbulence and maximize vehicular speed through water. So not a surprise here, it's just a different medium, but the fundamental rules and laws of the universe are still working no matter what the medium is that we are using. So here's a Bory-class submarine from Russia, and we can see the 76,345 geometry in the front of the submarine. Here's a submarine design from the Netherlands called their Walrus-class submarine. Kind of hard to see this because it's slightly submerged, but you can see the angle, and the 76-345 angle is showing up in the front of their submarine as well. It's hard to find submarine pictures like this, so I'm sure that if I could find some for U.S. submarines, that they would have this geometry as well. Here's an example of a racing sailboat, and again, we see at the front of the craft, we've got the 76-345 geometry showing up in the sailboat. We've already seen it in the sails of the sailboats before. Here's an example of a kayak, and the kayak has this geometry at the front of its craft as well. And then finally, we're going to show you that by observing nature, this is how we find these ideas, because we're going to find this same geometry of 3D Phi scaling in aquatic animals. What a surprise! Aquatic animals provide yet another set of examples of the principles of sacred geometry put to practical use in nature. In those animals who swim quickly and/or long distances, this geometry is found in the snouts of these animals, as the geometry allows for faster and less strenuous propulsion. I want to point out here that Viktor Schauberger we're going to be talking about Viktor Schauberger later in this documentary, free energy technologies, but he observed the geometry of trout to develop his free energy technologies. And you'll see that the trout demonstrates this geometric angle both in the front, top, and bottom, front and rear of its anatomy. So classic example of seeing this in the trout. Part 9, 3D Phi scaling in high-speed land vehicles. 3D Phi scaling geometry is found in the design of high-speed land vehicles in numerous environments, including the following. Soapbox derby racing. This is what actually got me interested in this whole segment. Indy Car racing, Formula One racing, drag racing, the design of sports cars, bullet trains, and land speed record vehicles. So we've got quite a few different areas where we're going to be finding this geometry in land-based high-speed technology. And the reason why you're going to find this geometry in these vehicles is because this 76.345 degree 3D Phi scaling geometry helps to minimize drag, which is going to improve speed, improve gas mileage, and improve vehicular control. So let's get started. The first segment, I found a few of these, and this was really the inspiration for this entire part of the documentary, is the soapbox derby racers. I remembered these images, so I went on Bing and I found them. So I'm going to show you 3 examples here. You can see that to begin with, to explain, 27.309 is the apex angle of the Phi scaling pyramid or Russian pyramid that has a 76.345 degree base or slant angle. So what you're going to see in a lot of these depictions today is the 27.309, and also another version of that, which is half that amount, which we'll discuss in a few minutes. But here's an example of the Soapbox Derby vintage racing car. Here's another one. And you can see these vintage cars all use this geometry because it helps to cut down on the wind resistance for the race. So this was a very popular, and may still be a very popular geometry to use in soapbox derby racing. Now I want to move on to Indy racing. And what we're going to find is that this geometry is used in two different contexts. The first way I want to show it to you is from the front of these Indy racers. And you can see here that the center or core section of the vehicle itself has this 27.309 apex angle, which is reflective of 3D Phi scaling. So here's one example. Here's another example. You can see all of these cars use this. So three examples here of Indy type racing cars that have this 76.345 degree angle, looking at it from the front of the car. Now we're going to look at it from the side view, and we're going to find that this very same angle shows up as well. Here's a side view of an Indy car, and you can see the 13.654 degree angle, which is half of the 27.309. And you say, well, why would they do that only on the top of the vehicle? You can see that in the front of the car, the underside is flat. And the reason for that is that they want to have the car focus, have the air pressure keeping the car down on the ground to control stability. But at the same time, they want to use the geometry that's going to maximize laminar flow, reduce friction and turbulence, and increase gas mileage as well. So you're going to see that in the side views of these cars. Now, the next two examples, you're going to see it not only in the front of the car, but in the rear of the car too, leading up to the back wheels. So they're trying to get the aerodynamics not only to improve speed, improve gas mileage, and so forth, but also to help keep the car on the ground. That's obviously the role of the spoilers as well, but it turns out that this geometric angle serves many functions in these cars. And here's yet a third example of another Indy racer where you see this geometry not only in the front of the car, but in the rear of the car, leading up to the rear wheels. Now we're going to move on to Formula One racing. You see the spoiler at the bottom here, but you're still going to see in the Formula One cars this 27.309 apex angle of 3D Phi scaling in the front of all of these Formula One racing vehicles as well. And similarly, you're going to see it in the front end of these racers as well. And you see an example here. There's a couple more. And now we'll move on to dragsters. And sure enough, you're going to find the very same thing in a lot of the dragster designs. So here's an example of a dragster with this geometry. Here's another one. And here's a stock car dragster where we see it not in the front, but in the back of the car. And we're going to see this angle in the back of the car in a lot of the sports cars that we find on our highways today. And so with that as a lead-in, we'll start looking at these cars. Once again, we're going to see that this geometry shows up in the back of these cars, and this helps with, again, with the aerodynamics, actually improves speed and gas mileage and stability on the roads. So here we're going to see it in the rear half of these sports cars. For one thing, I think a lot of the hoods of these sports cars are similarly aerodynamically designed, but it's very hard to get a picture where I can actually measure the angle of the front of the car very easily. But here we have it in the Alfa Romeo, with the Audi. Here's a Bentley Continental that has this geometry, BMW, Bugatti, Corvette, Dodge Viper, Ferrari, Enzo, F40, FXXK EVO. Here's a vintage 1965 Ford Mustang with this geometry in the back. Hennessy Venom. For those unfamiliar, Hennessy is a relatively new company based in suburban Houston that's producing these high-performance sports car vehicles. Here's a Jaguar with this geometry, Lamborghini, Lexus, Lotus, Lycan Hypersport. This is from the United Arab Emirates. Here's a McLaren 12C, a McLaren GT, Mercedes-Benz. This one actually has it on the front of the car, and you can see I can measure it fairly easily, so I've included that one in here as well. Here's a Renault Desire with this geometry, and finally we'll end this segment with the Rolls-Royce Wraith, which has this geometry as well. Now we're going to move on to bullet trains, and I've put in a picture of the bullet so you can see why these trains are named after bullets. It's because the front of these trains, in fact, are designed virtually identically to bullets. So here's a Japanese JR500 bullet train, and you can see once again, we're not going to see this geometry on the bottom side because they want to keep the train, on the tracks. And so the aerodynamics are only used on the upside of the train, but we see the 13.654 angle, which again is half of the 27.309 that we have as the apex of the Phi scaling geometry. And here's another example of another bullet train with this geometry, and a third. So we see this bullet trains in Asia and in Europe. So this is a well-established piece of technology and knowledge, proving once again that this information is known to the engineers. They probably learn it through wind tunnels and not through sacred geometry. But this information is being withheld from all of us and is obviously of great value to all of us. Land speed record vehicles now. I decided to look these up, and we're going to see about 5 examples, I think. These are all different categories of vehicles that have set or attempted to set world land speed records for land-based vehicles. And this first one is called the Aussie Invader. And you can see at the front of it, its nose cone has the 27.309 geometry. I guess this craft is heavy enough that they're not worried about, liftoff or aerodynamics, keeping this out of control. But you can see that geometry is used in the nose cone. Here, this is another one called the Bloodhound. The Bloodhound, you can see, is flat on the bottom, where my cursor is now. So we're going to see the 13.654 geometry there. In the Fawcett LSR vehicle, we see the 27.309 geometry in the nose of the craft. And here we have the North American Eagle, which again has the full 27.309 geometry showing up in its nose. So we're going to finish off here with the thrust SSC. And we can see here that it's not only on this nose cone sticking out in the front, but we'll see that same slant geometry in the intakes for the jet engines as well. So we see it once again in two different components of the aeronautics or of this vehicle. Part 10, 3D Phi Scaling, Free Energy and Health. In this part of the documentary, we're going to be exploring the relationships of 3D Phi Scaling to free energy and health in a variety of different contexts. The first one's going to be Russian pyramid health and free energy research. We're then going to study Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower, Viktor Schauberger's free energy technologies, John Keely's free energy technologies, Anatoly Akimov's research into golden ratio free energy technology, pre-Edison illumination using this geometry as the apparent power generating source, ancient 76.345 degree Hindu and Buddhist temples, which are also known to produce free energy. And finally, we're going to look at the potential role of this geometry in nuclear fusion. So let's get started. Well, let's look now at 3D Phi scaling and pre-Edison free energy illumination. Now, I know we all grew up being told that Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. However, there are drawings from prior centuries that point us to a dramatically different conclusion. And these drawings include the 76.345 3D Phi scaling geometry. And these objects seem to be the ones that are functioning as free energy generators. Now, here's an example from Paris, and this is from 1739. This drawing depicts a street scene in Paris on the occasion of the marriage of the First Lady of France to Don Philippe of Spain. Notice the 76.345 degree pyramid emitting light in the photo. So it looks as though that's the energy generating source that's bringing the light to this particular drawing. Here's another one. It's not directly related, but it gives you great examples of antennas and other types of illuminating devices in this drawing. So why would it, unless there was this technology available, why would people be drawing these kinds of antennas and other illuminating devices in 1744? Here's another example. This is from the Champs-Élysées in Paris in 1799. There's a object in the front, looks very much like an obelisk, and there are two 76.345 pyramids at the back. These may have been working in conjunction with each other, but you can see that they're fully illuminated, and it's my guess that these pyramidal objects had a major role to play in the creation of this free energy. Here's an example, we have two of them, of Kremlin illumination. This is a drawing, believe from the 1800s, but there's not a date on it. But it shows, these are all the Kremlin wall towers that we saw earlier in the documentary, and you can see that they're all aglow and lit up. And they're all emanating, light from the tops of their towers. So one has to question whether or not it wasn't the geometry of the Kremlin towers that was responsible for the energy production that produced this lighting. And then we have this one, which is from the, I believe, the late 1800s, but it was certainly at a time when electrical generation should not have been available in Russia. So once again, we see a photograph in this case of illumination, and one has to question whether it wasn't the geometry in these Kremlin wall towers that created the energy for this. Now we're going to begin looking at some of the free energy and health technologies of the 19th and 20th century that all use this geometry. We're going to start with the Russian pyramid free energy research. We mentioned earlier that the Russian pyramids create free energy and high levels of ionization. So we just wanted to review that here. If the ionization field from the Russian pyramid were to be reproduced electromagnetically, it would require the combined energy generating capacity of all of the power plants in Russia. And also capacitors that were attached to the top of the pyramid spontaneously charged and blew upward into the sky. For those of you who are not familiar with capacitors, they're a way of storing electrical energy, similar to a battery, but unlike a battery, which gives out its power slowly over time, a capacitor can do it in a very quick burst of energy. But anyway, capacitors attached to the top of the pyramid spontaneously charged and blew upward into the sky. The energy field could be detected up to 185 miles away. And the pyramids were also found to eliminate holes in the ozone layer. Now, we're not going to spend a lot of time on this, but it's important for you to understand that free energy and health are definitely correlated, and my belief is that that's due to the coherence of the energy fields that are produced. So we're going to go over just quickly some of these amazing health research benefits that came from the Russian pyramids as well, using this 3D Phi scaling geometry. In the first example, the survival rate of mice exposed to Salmonella typhimurium, which is the bacteria that creates typhoid fever, it increased 10 times, not 10%, but 10 times by exposure to pyramid energy fields. And in this experiment, mice were injected with the Salmonella typhimurium bacteria. Those who lived inside the pyramid had a 60% survival rate versus only 6% in the control group. There again, a 10 times increase in the survival rate. Dr. Gollett estimates that human life expectancy can be increased by somewhere around 10 to 15 years by exposure to these energy fields. In an experiment where they looked at the breeding capacity of the EMC or encephalomyocarditis virus. Myocarditis is something we've all heard about recently, more than we certainly had in the past due to COVID vaccines. But it reduced the breeding capacity of the EMC virus by 300%. It regulates and regenerates thymus tissue and function, improves lymphocyte proliferation and longevity. Essentially, what's going on here as an older adult, my thymus size should be decreasing by now, but what they found out in the mice is that the size of the thymus was enlarged in the older mice and was normalized, and that was the result, or resulted in this increased immune function as a result of the improvement in the thymus function. Another example which blows my mind, it completely eliminated infant mortality in a group of 20 premature at-risk births with severely compromised immune systems. In these cases, they used what was called the instantaneous index. Each one of these babies was expected to die in the next 24 hours. This group was given pyramid water that had been stored in the pyramid, and every single one of the premature at risk births was survived and ended up leading a normal life. It reduces airborne environmental poisoning, cancer, and infectious disease by 90%. A pyramid built atop a hospital accelerated the rate of healing. We can see that over on the right-hand side. It dramatically lowered violent behavior in mice and in humans. And just to go through that for a moment, they stored table salt inside of a pyramid and then used it with 6,000 inmates over, I believe it was 15 to 20 different prisons throughout the Russian prison system. And every single one of the prison wardens indicated that there had been a dramatic reduction in violence and unacceptable behavior as a result. And finally, it increases athletic endurance by 200 to 300%. So amazing results here, all achieved with this 3D Phi scaling geometry of the Russian pyramids. Now, here's a reason why I think coherence is probably so important. This is a test result using Dr. Konstantin Korotkov's BioWell technology. At the top, we have the aura as measured by the BioWell of a 47-year-old male before sitting inside the pyramid. And as you can see, there are these huge gaps that are showing up in the energetic aura, both from the right, left, and center vantage points. After sitting in the pyramid, we can see that the energy aura is much, much more coherent. No holes in the aura, and I believe that it's this coherence that helps to produce the health benefits that we just discussed. Now, here's a list of research that we've done at the Pyramid Science Foundation with respect to health, and each and every one of these, corroborates all of the data that comes from Russia. Back in 2020, we had a group of 50 people who presented with COVID or flu symptoms, and they universally had their symptoms disappear after a 30-minute session of sound healing inside the pyramid. Now, a couple of these people, to get complete relief, had to come back for a second session, but every single one of these people had their symptoms disappear after using sound healing inside the pyramid. Now, on a personal level, using both WinAura and BioWell technologies, the energy levels and coherence of the human biofield aura dramatically increased after sitting inside the pyramid. We saw the situation just a moment ago. I've got similar examples with the WinAura that I did personally. And I will say this as well, that based on the WinAura technology, sitting inside the pyramid has both my heart and my third eye chakra functioning at 100%. So I can't prove that that's a result. I should have tested it beforehand, but I didn't do it. But I think that this has a lot to do with my ability to put this information together and to receive it from the universe. Life force energy is measured using the Bovis scale, is dramatically increased through pyramid exposure. We've done this with psychics as well as dowsers, and the results are always the same. We measured that a 10-foot pyramid energy field could be detected as far away as 11 miles away. And again, we did this with both psychics and with the Bovis scale. An experiment that I did, an intermittent stream at the house where we used to live, that had been designated as a seasonal stream by the Geological Survey. It began to flow constantly after about 30 days after I built a 15-foot Russian pyramid next to the stream bed. And it continued to flow constantly until we moved and I pulled the pyramid up. I went back later and I noticed that the stream was back to being seasonal again. So it looks like this was definitely a direct causation from the pyramid. Plants grown under a pyramid grew 2 to 3 times as large as those in the control group. We did that experiment over about a 6-week period. And finally, fruits and vegetables kept under a pyramid remained unspoiled much longer than those in the control group. So a lot of the information that came from Russia, we've been able to corroborate through our own research. But now I want to move on, and we discussed the Great Zimbabwe ruins earlier, but I'm going to bring it up in the context of 20th century healing technologies. We mentioned that Dr. Sam and Michael Tellinger measured a very large ionization field here, which, according to research at the University of London, reduces viral load by 99%. Once again, very much in correlation and coherence with the research from Russia. Now we'll move on to some of the other 20th century technologies. In 1905, Nikola Tesla filed a patent in the US titled The Art of Transmitting Electrical Energy Through the Natural Medium. The patent spoke about a unique design consisting of a series of generators around the world that would tap the ionosphere for energy collection. His triangle-shaped design became known as Tesla's electromagnetic pyramid, which finally culminated in the Warncliffe Tower, shown on the left. And this pyramidal design is based on 3D Phi scaling because it contains the 76.345 geometry. Now we'll move on to Viktor Schauberger. Viktor Schauberger believed that there were 2 forms of motion in nature, an outward and an inward flow. The outward explosive motion is expansive and destructive. It generates heat, pressure, and even death, whereas the inward implosive motion produces coolness, suction, powerful vortices, and health benefits, and it is used to build up and energize, and is therefore life-enhancing and life-promoting. Contrary to his contemporaries, who promoted the use of explosive energy technologies, Schauberger promoted and used the concept of implosion technology. And the 76.345 degree angle can be found in all of his inventions and drawings. We'll start with his vortex home power generator. This was reputed to have achieved 10 times over unity. This does require some amount of energy to keep the generator going. However, it produces 10 times the amount required. So that's why it's called 10 times over unity. And if you take off the segment that Viktor is holding in his hands right there and take that off and remove it, you find this imploder, water imploder, inside the home generator that has this 76.345 geometry. And now on this page, we're going to go into more details because Viktor studied nature, and that's how he came up with his inventions. We're going to start on the top right-hand side. We saw the pictures of the trout earlier, and you can see that both from the side view and the top view, we find this 76.345 geometry in the anatomy of the trout. So it's fascinating that he was so adept at following nature that he could find these and use this information for common benefit of humanity. Now, in the bottom right-hand corner, he takes this very same 76.345 geometry. He's developed a series of devices that he puts into wooden pipes to expedite or speed up the flow of water. And sure enough, it uses this 76.345 geometry. Now, moving over to the center of the page, we're going to see this device called the repulsine. I'm not sure that Viktor ever built this, but it was based once again on the 76-345 geometry. We're going to see it here in the backside of this drawing. And then finally, on the left-hand side, we're going to see the Heinkel jet aircraft. Now, the Heinkel is the first jet aircraft to be produced in the world. It was done in Germany. And a lot of the aerodynamics of this device were apparently stolen from Schauberger, but we can see where I'm pointing now, both in the rear rudder and in the configuration of the body of the plane, we see the 76-345 geometry everywhere. So we know that Schauberger knew about this, used it, and incorporated it to achieve the over-unity devices that he created. Here's an example as well, a drawing of a jet engine prototype that Schauberger had developed, which uses geometry as well. Now we'll move on to John Keely, less well known, but he was a 19th century free energy explorer, and he developed any number of free energy devices using water as well as sound technologies as well. Now on the right-hand side, we're going to see one of the devices. This was one of his water machines that produced free energy. And we see it in the geometry of the bulbs where the water would come in. And we'll also see it on the left-hand side of the page. This is a picture of a vortex. And as we can see, I've measured it. And the angle of this geometry is exactly perfect with the 76-345 geometry. And then further, we see the front segment of that picture from the previous page here, figure 2, as well as some diagrams with respect to some of his theories on the sun. But there are so many more. I love to spend more time and be able to relate these better as time permits. But Keely was clearly aware of this geometry in the production of his free energy devices. The next topic we want to discuss is the Anatoly Akimov research on Phi-based free energy technology. Now, Anatoly Akimov is a Russian torsion physicist. He published this work in 1991, and it's called The Effect of a Spinor or Torsion Field on the Crystallization of Micellar Structures. What this document actually demonstrates, however, and for our purposes, the truly profound significance of it is the fact that Akimov demonstrated in his research that any cone or pyramidal shaped structure that has the geometry of the golden ratio cooked into it is going to be able to act as a free energy generator. Now, this article is only 3 pages long, but I'm going to quote from it the relevant sections for you for consideration. The plane geometry of the physical vacuum or ether is distorted by means of macro bodies of a certain size and shape, and thus spinor or torsion fields of considerable strength can be created. If the bodies have geometric dimensions with fulfillment of the golden section, then they can play the role of concentrators of the spinor field, or in other words, they can act as free energy generators. Now, what happened to all of these free energy technologies of the 19th and 20th century? We're going to see an interesting pattern here. First, the Russian pyramid research. That research was not allowed to be published in the West. Viktor Schauberger's research, which used this geometry for free energy. Viktor was forced after World War II to come to the United States, and under duress, he was forced to license his technologies to American business interests. Nikola Tesla's research was seized by the US government upon his death. John Keely's research was likely sent to the Theosophical Society, for which he believed was a member, for safekeeping after his death, and concerted efforts to discredit Keely's work were carried out in the press after his death. And finally, the Anatoly Akimov research that we just discussed, when I tried to get a copy of this article, the U.S. Library of Congress, after initially telling me not only that they had it, but another organization had it as well, they apparently decided to censor me. And they suddenly, after 8 weeks of calling every week on the behalf of the librarian to DC to find out what was holding up the article, we were told that they had lost the article conveniently, and I ultimately had to get this article from a library in London. So in each and every case, technology based upon this 3D Phi scaling technology has been kept from the public, pointing out to me that there is a cover-up going on to hide this technology from the rest of the world. I'm going to bring you some more examples here in the free energy sector. This is a Wardenclyffe Tower on the right in Solomon's Key. We've seen these before, but Wardenclyffe Tower uses 3D Phi scaling, as does Solomon's Key. And what's fascinating, when you overlay the Seal of Solomon atop the Wardenclyffe Tower, it is a virtually perfect match. So, it makes me wonder whether Solomon's Key is actually possibly a blueprint for free energy technology. So something we, would love to be able to research in the future. Now we're going to look at a whole section of research that has been pioneered by a couple of YouTubers. Were Western religious buildings, and in fact those in the East as well, as we'll see, power plants? And the photos of religious buildings in this section all share the characteristic markings of power plants and transmission towers. In the United States, both the FCC and the FAA have painting requirements for tall structures such as transmission towers that require alternating layers of red and white paint to maximize their visibility. But could another plausible explanation be that these markings come from ancient power plants that have been repurposed as religious buildings? And when I came across this, I decided I had to include this because they all include this geometry. So here's an example of the Siena Cathedral. This is a Gothic cathedral in Siena, Italy. You can see the red and white horizontal stripes in the building and the 76-345 geometry at the top of the spires. Here's the San Fermo Maggiore in Verona, Italy. There's a number of these in Italy, and you see the steeples and spires there as well. This is one from Santuario Nuestra Senora del Carmen in Bogota, Colombia. And this one has this geometry as well as the red and white stripe. The Orvieto Cathedral in Italy has the same characteristics. An interesting thing to see is that many of these do not have the stained glass windows. Now that if I'm going back here to review so that you can see this. So there was something unique about these structures where they were not being, the stained glass windows were not incorporated. And here finally is a mosque, the Nebi Kami in Diyarbakir in Turkey, that has this geometry as well. So, here's a number of Western, I believe, repurposed buildings that were originally having to do with power that became religious buildings after the Great Reset. Now here is another, we're back again to this slide from earlier in the documentary. This is a Hindu temple, which has all of the markings of free energy technology as well. Again, in the top left-hand corner, researcher Praveen Mohan has done a video on the Thiruvanamali Temple and shows that there's a carving on the outside of the building demonstrating what he believes is a Tesla coil lingam, which is found in the base of this temple. And it produces a tremendous amount of thermal energy. We also see the characteristic mercury balls at the top of the temple, and this was where mercury was probably stored in these. Mercury is excited in the presence of electric fields. So looks like more examples of free energy technology using this very geometry in Hindu temples. Now, here's an example of the Royal Palace. We saw this again earlier as well. This was built in the 1860s. Notice the free energy that continues to be generated today from this free energy generation technology at the top of this palace. And also see the 76345 coil that's atop this structure as well. Because we're going to see it again here in the Mahabodhi Buddhist temple in India. We see this geometry not only in the main part of the temple itself, but also in the coil which sits at the top of the temple. All again, free energy technology. Now we're going to talk about the potential role of 76345 implosion geometry in nuclear fusion. In December of last year, the National Ignition Facility at the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory achieved a milestone by successfully achieving the first nuclear fusion ignition. During this test, 3.25 megajoules of energy were produced from a total energy input of only 2.15 megajoules. And that's the cause for celebration that we had back in December. Now, although that experiment met the definition of ignition, it does not take into account or consider the roughly 99% of energy that was lost in converting electrical energy into laser energy. And as we'll see, it's laser energy that this calculation, the laser energy that caused this ignition, is the only amount of energy that was measured in this ignition definition. So when you view this from an all-inclusive perspective, there were actually 322 megajoules of energy required to produce 3.25 megajoules of energy output. So rather than being over unity, which is the term used to look at the total amount of energy input versus output, it took about 100 times more energy than was achieved through this implosion fusion reaction. But unlike many privately funded fusion technologies, the NIF technology does not employ implosion geometry. And we've just seen that this is so important from other free energy technologies. So rather than that, they use large amounts of laser energy to superheat the energy pellet that contains the fuel to many times that would be necessary on the sun or the stars. And we'll see this in a minute. Based on the Lawson criterion, higher temperature can compensate for the lack of the continuous implosive gravitational force of the sun or the other stars. So in other words, what we're saying here is the sun and the big stars, they are compressing upon each other, and they are producing a lot, just through their own gravity, a lot of the energy and pressure necessary to cause the fusion. And in order to kind of make up or compensate for the lack of that, they're using a lot of energy in the form of laser energy to bombard and superheat this. So using large amounts of energy as the primary source of fusion ignition is actually kind of counterintuitive since we're trying to produce energy. But it's only counterintuitive if there are other less energy intensive means of increasing the plasma density and the compression times that are necessary under the Lawson criterion. And this is where I believe phi-based implosion geometry could play a significant role. So again, to look at this definition, we see these three lines here, and they are kind of intersecting, and they all have to do with plasma density, confinement time, and temperature. So within limits, you can substitute one versus the other of these to reduce the amount required of one or more of the other elements. Now, the increased plasma density and confinement time that is potentially available from phi-based implosion geometry could reduce the energy required to initiate fusion, as well as increase the energy output. So here's an example of the whole. This is called a hole realm. This is the little energy pellet that we're going to see in the NIF, our National Ignition Facility. But essentially what they've done, they've got 96 laser beams coming in from the top, 96 from the bottom, for a total of 192 laser beams being shot into this device. Now, this device is no bigger than the eraser on your pencil. So this is a huge amount of energy that's being placed into this. What they've done inside is they have made this look like a rugby football. That's the way it's shaped. But the metal that's contained there, it automatically turns these laser beams into X-rays, superheats the pellet, which is that spherical object in the middle, and that's what drives the fusion reaction. But my question is, would modifying the whole round design to incorporate implosion geometry improve results? Well, it seems as though some of the other technologies out there are going in that direction. So we're going to look at that. But here are some potential areas for increased efficiencies, that the improvement in the efficiency of the lasers themselves, improved whole round design, better implosion geometry, and propulsion speed. So we're going to look at each of these in the context of a couple of technologies implosion technologies that I feel could benefit from using this geometry. The first one is TAE Technologies. This is a photo that I was able to capture from one of their videos. You can see these two kind of pink cigar-shaped objects. They came from either end of this machine, and they're coming together, and they are imploding in the middle. And my feeling is that just having them rammed together, there may be a better way of doing this with the implosion geometry of 76.345 degrees. Now, here's another company's technology, Helion Fusion. And this is a schematic example of how their technology works. They're actually taking two toruses, one on each end, and they're bombarding them. So it's classic implosion physics. And it looks like in this example that they may be close to using this geometry. And, I wouldn't be surprised if they're not very, very close to this, if this depiction, is any indication. So if possible, I would love to get in touch with any of these companies and see if we couldn't improve their results by using this. Now, here's another example. This is called First Light Fusion. And in brief discussion here, a brief summary, this pipe, they are propelling this wafer at the top right-hand corner here. You see this little wafer? It's being propelled through that device. And at the end of it, it runs into this energy pellet, which has hydrogen trapped inside of it. Now, at the bottom right-hand corner, we can see this little pellet is just about ready to strike this energy pellet. But you can see that there's no geometry, there's no implosion geometry whatsoever. They're just smashing these together. And I've got to believe that if we had possibly the 76-345 conical geometry here, and this were to implode in it, and possibly even have a projectile which had that same geometry that could compress it into the chamber, I think we might get much, much better results, given what we've seen in so many different other places. It's certainly worth a try. And finally, this is an example from Helicity Space. They're not actually a fusion company per se, because what they're attempting to do is to develop space propulsion. So unlike the others, they are using geometry, and their specific geometry is called technology is called pulsed magneto-inertial fusion. And you can see it once again. It looks it's not exact, but it's very close to the geometry that we find in 3D Phi scaling. And it may be that by modifying or using this, fine-tuning it, that they may be able to achieve much better results as well. Part 11, 3D Phi scaling in sacred geometry models, drawings, and symbols. This section presents the following information: sacred geometry drawings linking the Giza and the Russian pyramid angles, the linking of Phi cube scaling with the Platonic solids, sacred geometry drawings linking Platonic solid scaling inside the torus, and 76.345 degree scaling in ancient drawings, including the Sri Yantra. Now, most of this, if not all the information in this section, is the work product of George Leoniak. George is the owner of New Geometry on both YouTube and Facebook. So George and I met about November of last year, 2022, and he was interested in some of the videos that I had done that linked the geometry of the Russian pyramids to the scaling of the Platonic solids. And anyway, all of this information is coming from him. He's a master at drawing the Platonic solids in sacred geometry, and is responsible for the vast majority of the information in this section. So let's get started. One of the things that had intrigued me from the very beginning, and I mentioned it at the outset of the documentary, was the fact that the Giza pyramid and the Russian pyramid shared a common geometric angle of 76.345 degrees. And one of the first things that George was able to demonstrate through his ability to draw sacred geometry was the fact that you could literally derive the Russian pyramid geometry from inside the Giza pyramid geometry. Now, this is just one of many drawings that George has put together. He's come up with numerous ways of actually accomplishing this. But as you can see in the middle of the diagram, he's starting with three circles. And he starts there, and he teaches this class to show you how to do it. But essentially, the first derivation is to get the Giza pyramid, and then he further shows you later how to actually draw the Russian pyramid inside of it. So you can see these drawings here on the side as well. In each case, the inner circle that he's drawing here is related to the outer circle, in each case by the ratio of Phi cubed. And that's an important geometry that we're going to be talking about a lot in this part, and obviously have in other sections as well. But you can see here that The Giza pyramid can be drawn inside here with the 76,345 angle. You can see the 51,827 slant angle of the Giza pyramid here in this drawing as well. Now we're going to start to look at some of the scaling relationships that George was able to derive with the pyramid and the Platonic solids. And in this diagram, essentially what George has done, he's taken a small pyramid here, and he's fit that inside a square, which or cube, which represents the Platonic solids, and he's showing the scaling relationships here. This pyramid's relationship to this one is phi cubed, and there's even a smaller one yet inside, but this is demonstrating the phi cubed relationships involved in Platonic solid scaling. And here's another example of this, a similar drawing, the nested phi cube pyramids and the Platonic solids. Essentially what we do here is just multiply. You can see here G1, E1 is the edge length of the square, inner square, and it's 1. If we multiply that by phi cubed, or 4.236, we get the dimensions of PR, or P2R2, which is here. And then finally, V4C7, we can get that as well by multiplying phi cubed by itself to come up with 17.944. So this is just a graphic demonstrating that all of these Platonic solids and the pyramid all scale with the same geometry of phi cubed. And here's a drawing which demonstrates the fractal expansion of the Platonic solids. We start here with the icosahedron, go to the tetrahedron, hexagon, dodecahedron, and icosahedron. So essentially, as you see here, he's pointing out that one iteration or one scale within Dan Winter's Mother Sacred Geometry is a fraction of, or a fractal of phi cubed. And you can do this not just with the dodecahedron, but with any one of the 5 Platonic solids that are involved in this progression. And here's another example where he's demonstrating 4 nested dodecahedrons inside these circles, and you can see as you go through each color, he's started with red, then green, blue, and red again, but he's saying that the 4 nested dodecahedrons from red to red equals this scaling relationship of 4.236, or phi cubed. Now at the bottom of the page, he's essentially showing you how a conceptual torus would be created between 2 identical 76.345 degree cones facing towards each other, just like the horns of the torus that we've been seeing in other diagrams. And you can see here as well, he's got the circles. This is an infinite number of circles, but they fit perfectly within the dodecahedron. So he's demonstrated that this geometry perfectly matches up with the scaling of the Platonic solids. And here's an example of the rhombic tricontahedron, which is another kind of derivation of the 5 Platonic solids. And George has taken that and drawn the 76,345 degree matching cones inside of it, again showing that it matches up perfectly. And he's then taken that and overlaid it onto the a torus model that we're using from the breakthrough prize in fundamental physics. And here in this example, George has actually gone ahead and built some physical models of how this would look. This is the dodecahedron on each side of these photographs. You can see in one case from the top, and in the other case, he's done it from the side. So you can see how these cones would fit perfectly inside the dodecahedron model of the progression. And then here's a side view on the left showing the golden spirals as they are developed. Each of these colors is demonstrated in the middle here by the appropriate lines in the various colors that he's used to demonstrate these spirals. Now, these are not true spirals. He's just connecting in straight lines each of these dots, but you can see that when you smooth that out, that you're going to get the same golden spiral of the phi ratio that we have on the right-hand side. Now, here's a visual of that done as well on the left. George has derived the cone, and he's drawn just one of the spirals with straight lines. But interestingly enough, as you look at the visual from top down, it almost looks like that's been smoothed out. But he's just connecting with straight lines in all of these cases. But here on the bottom photograph, he's got eight of these golden spirals heading up the cone, and you can see how they look from a top-down view, and you can see those golden spirals developing. Now I want to show you some of the other interesting things that George was able to do. When we first met, he showed me this diagram on the right, and I guess my jaw dropped because George said, well, what's the matter? And I said, well, there's this hieroglyph from Egypt that I want to send to you because it looks exactly like it. And that's what this is all about. We've taken George's diagram of the scaling of the Platonic solids and the pyramids on the right-hand side, and he's overlaid that onto the Egyptian hieroglyph with the same geometry. And we can see in this case that there seems to be a phi cubed relationship, interestingly enough, between the inner pyramid triangle and the outer one. So it's amazing when you see these kinds of correlations coming through it. It clearly demonstrates not only did they know about this geometry, but they knew about it in the context of scaling as well. So all of this information that we are finding today is nothing more than relearning information that we've had in the past. Here's another example of the 3D Phi scaling overlaid on the Aztec calendar. And you can see on the left, he's done a detail drawing there, taking the overlay that we had on the previous page and applying it to the top of the pyramid. And then he's expanded that and shown the circles emanating out from the middle of the calendar with the phi scaling relationships. And everything fits perfectly together. So to see all of these circles inside the calendar tells me again that this Aztec calendar is demonstrating a sophisticated knowledge of this very 3D Phi scaling that we've been talking about. Here's another example of 3D Phi scaling inside of Solomon's Key. George has drawn the lines again with each of the outer circles. On the inside, he's put the corresponding circle whose radius and diameter is divided by phi cubed from that of the outer circle as we go upwards. You can see that everything is matching up perfectly geometrically in terms of these relationships. So a question that I have to ask, and certainly we've talked about this earlier with respect to Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower, could this have been a symbol for free energy technology that was shown here in the Solomon's Key? Now here's another drawing that George did. We're going to be talking about the Mandelbrot set and its fractalization. You can see here that each of the circles, we'll be talking about this again in the next part, but each of these circles in the Mandelbrot set, which is the most classic form of fractal design probably that we in contemporary culture. But what he's done is to overlay fractalized 76-345 pyramids inside of each of these circumscribing circles. But anyway, I forgot to mention this. If you look at the very smallest circle, you can see its diameter is phi. The next circle is phi cubed. The next one is phi to the 6th. And the largest circle is phi to the 9th. So you can see that there is phi cube scaling that's showing up inside of the world of fractals. And this is just an overlay of fractalized Russian pyramids on top of that diagram. And here's another example of some ancient drawings that George found. This was from Georg von Welling about 300 years ago. It's called Le Grand Mystery. And we can see here, once again, in this diagram that the 3D Phi scaling model shows up. The circumscribing circles, which are increasing by phi cubed, are showing up in the diagram as well. So one has to believe that von Welling was very much aware of this and perhaps was attempting to hide this information and preserve it for history. Now we're going to discuss 76.345 in the Sri Yantra. The Sri Yantra is a form of mystical diagram or yantra used in the Sri Vidya school of Hinduism. Consists of 9 interlocking triangles, 4 upward ones which represent Shiva and 5 downward ones representing Shakti. All these surround the central point called the Bindu. These triangles represent the cosmos and the human body. When the two-dimensional Sri Yantra is represented in 3 dimensions, it is called a Mahameru. Mount Meru derives its name from this shape, and in addition to Mount Meru, all other yantras derive from the Sri Yantra. So here's a picture of the Sri Yantra. This diagram has been the subject of a fairly detailed demonstration of how to derive it from Patrick Flanagan. He did this about 40 years ago, and this is the basic diagram from which George began his work. But this is the basic geometry of the Sri Yantra. Now, in this slide, George is demonstrating the geometry and mathematics of the golden ratio Giza pyramid version of the Sri Yantra that we mentioned. This is coming from Patrick Flanagan. But to start, the golden ratio Giza pyramid is demonstrated here in the diagram inside of a circle. And that pyramid is essentially a double Kepler's triangle. If you see here on the base from A to Z1 is a length of 1, from A to M1 is 1.272 or the square root of phi, and M1Z1 is 1.618 or phi. So that's how all of these relate. You can see the Giza pyramid slant angle there from at the edge Z1 here, 51.827 degrees. But also you can find the Russian pyramid geometry of 76.345 degrees at the angle that I'm pointing to now with my cursor. So it is naturally derived from just this simple placing of a Kepler's triangle or a Giza pyramid, and with both sides inside of a circle. And the blue circle and the yellow circle have ratios of phi cubed, which is important. Now, I'm going to be showing on the next page some really fascinating relationships that I was able to develop from this, showing phi cubed showing up in all of the relationships in this diagram. So the first thing we're going to look at is the relationship of A1, M1, or excuse me, AM1, which is from here to here, to AN1, which is here to here. So if we do that relationship, AM1 is 1.272, and AN1, as we can see, is 0.242. So if we divide those two, we're going to get a result of 5.236077 and so forth, which turns out to be phi cubed plus 1. Now, if we do the same thing with length AM1, but we divide it by NM1, which is our N1M1, which is from here to here, we get another phi relationship of 1.23607, and that is phi cubed minus 3. Now, if we go on and we look at the length AN1, and we divide that by N1M1, we're going to get 2.2360609, which is phi cubed minus 4, which is also 1 over phi cubed. And then finally, if we look at the relationship of N1M1 and divide that by AN1, which is here, we're going to be dividing 1.029 by 0.2429. We get 4.236 or phi cubed. So it's interesting. I've got more research to do on this diagram, but I think it's fascinating that each one of these relationships ends up having phi cubed in it, either as a standalone or adding or subtracting a whole number from it. And then also an interesting fact from this diagram is that NM1, whose value is 1.0290255, is actually and it works perfectly to 8 significant digits, is the ratio of the slant height, 4.236 ... to the height, 4.116 of the Russian pyramid. So we're seeing these interrelationships showing up everywhere, including in the Sri Yantra. For those of you who are interested in more information, George gives classes. He has free videos on both YouTube and his New Geometers Facebook group. I would heartily recommend that all of you interested in sacred geometry and specifically about learning more about these applications to 76345, go check out George's YouTube and Facebook. And also, if you're interested in contacting him, you can contact George at newgeometry@gmail.com. And also, you can visit newgeometrycourses.com. I've taken a couple of his courses on how to draw these diagrams. And once you take those, you really feel like you have a much better understanding of how all these pieces fit together. Part 12, the suppression of sacred geometry and ancient knowledge. If you've made it through the first 11 parts of this documentary, I'm sure you are now of the opinion that there's something seriously wrong with our history. Why is it that all of these examples of sacred geometry, of free energy technology, of healing technologies have been suppressed actively in our contemporary society in order to keep this information from us. And I know it's hard for most of us when we come in contact with this type of information the first time to actually believe that this kind of suppression could actually be occurring. But that's what this chapter is about. I could probably write an entire book or do an entire documentary just on these topics, but I want to give you some examples from a variety of different contexts, religious, scientific, historical, and the like, so that you can start to see how this cover-up of this prior worldwide civilization of free energy, health, and longevity was actually accomplished. So we've got a bunch of topics to cover, so let's get started. So here are some of the examples of suppression and rewriting that we're going to be talking about today. And just by way of background, if you look at these in isolation, and I started to see these one by one, and it didn't start to click until I started to see a bunch of these together, that this was truly a concerted effort. So, when you take these in isolation, these acts of suppression aren't that obvious. But when you consider it in their totality, and now that you've seen all of this documented proof of this geometry knowledge for thousands of years, this will help you to understand that this suppression was real and is real. So some of the topics we're going to cover are the elimination of the ether, the Catholic Church suppression of the golden ratio, Western Christianity suppression of cymatics and sound healing, the eradication of the Tartarian Empire from our history books, Tartarian symbols being used in Christian churches and cathedrals, the rewriting of the history of fractals, the Platonic solids, cymatics, and the Fibonacci sequence, the elimination of sacred geometry and the quadrivium from Western education, and finally, just some inaccuracies in our history, which tend to confirm that this is being done purposefully. So, first we're going to talk about the end of the ether. Now, this information is critical to understanding how this was actually accomplished. The ether played a central role in understanding nature until about the beginning of the 20th century. And until the late 1800s, the ether was thought to be the medium through which light and other frequencies of electromagnetic waves travel. The most famous experiment attempting to definitively prove or disprove the existence of the ether was the Michelson-Morley experiment. A lot of you have probably heard of that. I'm not going to go into the specifics of this, but due to faulty testing methodology that was employed, the whole setup for the experiment was really flawed. But the attempt to prove, as a result, the existence of the ether actually failed, quote unquote. And again, that was due to the methodology of testing that was employed in the experiment. But this result seriously discredited the idea of the ether theories and ultimately led to the proposal by Albert Einstein in 1905 that the speed of light is a universal constant. However, we know today that that theory has been disproven soundly. So he obviously was making a statement about the speed of light, which was subsequently disproven, and yet stating that the speed of light was a constant was the primary basis upon which he said that the ether didn't exist. Now, many years later, Einstein published an explanation of his contradictions on the ether And that was done really in response to one of his mentors, Konrad Lorenz, who told him about the errors in his logic. So what he did was to essentially recant what he had said 30 years before. And he said that special relativity did not negate the ether, but did not require it either. However, although this marks a major change in his view, the ether was never really again accepted by the new generation of the scientific establishment, and the ether was discarded as a metaphysical artifact of a previous era. Now, what's important here is that there are many researchers out there who are of the opinion that Einstein may have actually been an agent of intentional disinformation, who had to cover his tracks 30 years later on his initial views of the ether after these were disproven by his peers. Now, more recently, a new generation of scientists have proven the existence of the ether through a variety of different experiments. But in order to get these research results published without the attendant hysteria that the term ether has in today's scientific community, modern scientists have begun using a number of new terms, such as the source field, the 0-point field, and so forth. But it's only by this not using and putting aside the term the ether that this religious, or it really is a religious orthodoxy in science, that the ether no longer exists, can even be discussed in academic journals anymore. So why is this important? Because without the ether, so many of the fundamental principles of the universe are hidden from us, such as why would a pyramid have energetic properties? Why would the Russian pyramids be able to create free energy? All of this is predicated on the existence of the ether. And by taking the ether out of our science, we are at a point where most scientists would look down with disdain at all of this information purely because they've been taught in their science classes that the ether doesn't exist. Now, there are other areas other than just the science community where this suppression has been at work as well. And one of those areas is in Western Christianity. And we're going to start by talking just in general terms about the suppression of sacred geometry in Western Christian architecture. Now, Western Christian churches have seemingly ceased building new churches based on sacred geometry, despite their rich history of using this knowledge in constructing the Gothic and Neo-Gothic cathedrals and churches. And this has occurred, interestingly enough, even though Russian Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox churches, as well as Hindu and Buddhist temples, continue to follow the 76.345 geometry and use it in their contemporary religious buildings. Now, to show you how profound this is, I didn't list this one on the page here, but what I would suggest you do is go to do a Google search and ask for images of 21st century Western Christian architecture. And you're not going to find a single steeple out there that contains this geometry. So that's certainly one way to prove it. But another one is that there is not a single United States steeple manufacturer that makes a stock version of the 76.345 degree steeple. Now, I'm sure that they can make them for you on a custom basis, but none of them make them as a stock steeple any longer. And this comes after we've seen that up to 100 years ago, this was the predominant steeple architecture in the United States. So there's something going on here that isn't, immediately obvious. Another point is that it's probably not a mere coincidence that virtually no building plans exist of the Gothic cathedrals, which would lay out the sacred geometry of these buildings. There's very, very little in the way of architectural building plans, and it's kind of surprising that the Roman Catholic Church would not have better records, and maybe they do, but we're not aware of them. I'm not suggesting that they don't have them, but they certainly have not made them public. But to see these grand architectural designs and to know that there's virtually no building plans that still exist. We sometimes have one-page drawings, something like that might exist of these cathedrals, but nothing that could ever help us to understand how these buildings were actually made. And finally, by discarding sacred geometric principles in the building of their new church facilities, the Western Christian community is literally taking the life energy out of their sacred spaces. So it's kind of an interesting dilemma here. If, as we stated earlier, if this is a willful suppression, it's kind of ironic because taking sacred geometry out of sacred architecture is clearly an example of taking the life out of these sacred spaces. So there's something going on here, and it certainly would require more research to come up with definitive answers. But I'm going to show you some more examples here of the suppression of this geometry by the Roman Church. And the first example is the suppression of the dunce cap. Now, we showed the dunce cap earlier in the documentary, but some more background on the dunce cap. John Scotus was a 13th century Franciscan monk, philosopher, and theologian. He was a contemporary and considered a peer of St. Francis of Assisi, as a matter of fact. Scotus developed a theory of a metaphysical God as opposed to the anthropomorphic model that was popular during the 13th century. And as part of his metaphysical view of God, Scotus advocated the use of pointed hats as a means of enlightenment and inspiration. The design of these hats was based upon the hats of the witches and wizards of the era, which we have previously seen incorporate the 76.345 degree geometry. Detractors of Scotus within the Roman Church made fun of the cap as a way to denigrate his belief in a metaphysical God. And over time, the dunce's cap came to be associated with stupid children or someone who was slow at learning, and was eventually used as a way to stigmatize and make fun of such children. The Roman Church also suppressed the sacred geometry and the golden ratio in music as well, through the suppression of what's called the tritone. Now, from the very beginnings of the Roman Church, they developed a detailed series of laws regarding music that were developed in the early days of the church and have continued into contemporary society. Now, music that did not adhere to the rules for what they defined as sacred music was then considered impure and not allowed in the church. Specifically, some musical intervals were considered perfect, while others were considered imperfect. And of all the intervals in an octave, the most impure and imperfect musical interval was the tritone, which divides the octave into two halves. Now, what's important about that is that this breakage occurs at the place of the tritone. And if we look at the example here on the left, we'll be able to explain that. If you look at the bottom, the tritone is the interval between, on the keyboard, B and F. Now, that's 3 full tones. I don't want to get into this too much, but there's 12 tones. half tones or 6 full tones in an octave. And so 3 full tones represents an octave, the tritone represents half an octave. Now, inside that is the more common known chord between C and E, which is called a major third, even though there's actually 2 full tones in that chord. So the major third is considered an acceptable tone in Catholic music, whereas the tritone is not. But here's the key to this. One of the theories as to why the tritone is not accepted is because hidden between these 2 chords, between the tritone and the major third, you can see those little blotches here. Between these 2 tones, B and C and E and F, if you were to go measure between the tones, you'd find that relationship is phi. So most musical historians, including Richard Merrick, have theorized that the reason for this was an attempt to cover up the golden ratio from music in the church. Another topic which may not initially seem to be germane until you start to think about it is the dramatic decline of church organ music, at least in the West. Now, Eastern churches until recently didn't even allow this, Eastern Orthodox and Russian Orthodox, until I believe it was the last 100, 150 years that music was even brought into the churches. Now, it's been in Western churches for a lot longer time, but it's pretty easy to dismiss this with the current, as the modification. When I was in church as a child, it was organs almost every Sunday. Sometimes we'd have a piano, but and music, accompaniment by certain musical instruments. I used to play the trumpet for weddings and so forth in my high school when I was in high school for people getting married at my church. But the organ usage has declined dramatically in the last 30 to 40 years. But it's important to note that the history of these gigantic pipe organs, is very rich within the Christian church, and the organ's ability to promote physical healing, particularly in a sacred geometric space, is immense. Yet most church organs today sit idle in our contemporary churches. Now, that in and of itself is not necessarily problematic until you start to get into the history of cymatics and its role in church architecture as well. Now, for those of you unfamiliar, cymatics is the study of how sound becomes geometry. The conversion of sound into geometry and vice versa is perhaps the most important element in this whole process of creation, and certainly the one that is the most or the least intuitively obvious. Without this knowledge, one of the critical elements of the teaching of the quadrivium is essentially hidden from mankind. Now, our current historical narrative gives credit to the discovery of cymatics to Hans Jenny, with the publication of his Cymatics, the Study of Wave Phenomena in 1967. However, mankind has known about cymatics once again for thousands of years before their rediscovery by Jenny. And so here's some examples of cymatics in ancient religious architecture. This is St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. And it contains, this is one of many pictures that I could have put on, but it has cymatic diagrams throughout the floor of the basilica. And it's a testament to the knowledge of how vibration inside of sacred spaces can create form. And here we're confronted with the question of why the church has chosen to abandon this knowledge, number one, and not to even acknowledge its existence in their cathedrals. And the question I have to ask is, could this be a way of hiding an alternate original purpose of the Gothic cathedrals, such as a healing center or the power plants that we saw in an earlier part of the documentary. But Christianity is not the earliest time that we even find cymatics in architecture. We find it, here's an example of it in a Hindu temple in India. So we know that this goes back at least now to India. Here's some further information from a researcher in England named Tanya Harris, and it's called The Architecture of Sound. She visited 4 London churches designed by 18th century architect and Freemason Nicholas Hawksmoor, and recorded the silence of each church for approximately 7 minutes. You say recorded silence. Well, there is an inherent resonant frequency that she was able to pick up, and what she would do, she'd record this for a while, then she would play the recordings back inside the church and re-record this several times until she was able to achieve an amplified recording. And essentially, again, this is nothing more than kind of the resonant frequency of each of these sacred spaces. Once she obtained an audible sample, she created her own cymatic device and played the sound through light and water to achieve the patterns created by the frequency of each church. The results that we're going to see on the next page are nothing less than astounding. The patterns produced resembled the classic stained glass rose windows typically found in cathedrals, and the resonant frequency of one church even displayed a 5-pointed star that was in proportion with the golden ratio. So the 4 churches that she did this with include 4 London churches: St. George's in Bloomsbury, St. Anne's in Limehouse, Christ Church in Spitalfields, and St. George in the East in Wapping, which are all parts of the London metropolitan area. So let's look at this result. We've got these 4 churches lined up here. I will tell you that the one on the left, the St. George's Church, the steeple has the 76.345 degree geometry. And but each of these, you can see the churches pictures on the top, and then the cymatic diagrams that she was able to produce from her resonant vibration recordings that she did. And you can see these distinct cymatic diagrams. Now, here's the one, St. Anne's, that has the perfect pentagonal shape with the 5 relationships in it. You can see the 2 with steeples, St. George and Christ Church, actually have a somewhat or less than a circular, cymatic diagram that comes out of it. But the one on the right, the St. George's in the East, you can see looks very much like the classic stained glass window in a Gothic cathedral, which I'm showing on the right. So clearly, these architects knew this information, and this was done in the 17th century. So this is only 300 years ago when this, or less, that this was accomplished. And yet we don't know this knowledge of sacred geometry, resonance, and harmonics that was known as recently as 300 years ago. So there's clearly a cover-up going on here. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is the eradication of the Tartarian Empire from history. Many of the examples that we've shown are throughout this documentary in architecture are from a prior worldwide civilization, and we don't know about that civilization because it's been written out of our history books. Now, we're calling this the Tartarian Empire, and I say that this is a name of a global empire which, as recently as 300 or 400 years ago, covered virtually the entire planet. Now, according to, yet we know nothing about it. On on the left here, we see a picture. This is a 17th century world map. It may be a little hard for you to see this, but all of the areas that are in green, which on the Eurasian side include virtually all of today's contemporary Russia, China, India, the Middle East, and also North America and Central America were all part of this Tartarian Empire. And this particular map is the most recent one that we can find. There may have been older maps that showed this as a worldwide empire at some point, but this at least gives us an example of how extensive that this empire was, even in the 17th century, when the empire was probably on its way into decline. But to give you some perspective on this empire, I think it's fascinating to see again how we have institutions that attempt to cover up the existence of this empire. Before we do that, though, I want to give you the thoughts of an independent author, producer, and anthropologist named Robert Sepper. And he says that Tartary is a vast country in the northern parts of Asia, bounded by Siberia on the north and west. This is called the Great Tartary. Tartary was a country with its own flag, its own government, its own language, and its own place on maps, especially predating the second half of the 19th century. And this seems to be a time when history began to be rewritten again. And from that point forward, we didn't hear about Tartary in maps any longer beginning with the second half of the 19th century. But its territory was huge, but somehow quietly incorporated into Russia, China, and other countries. Now let's contrast that description with what we get today from Wikipedia. By way of contrast, Tartaria, according to Wikipedia, was a blanket term used in Western European literature and cartography for a vast area of Asia bounded by the Caspian Sea, the Ural Mountains, Pacific Ocean, and the northern borders of China, India, and Persia, at a time when this region was largely unknown to European geographers. And yet we have accurate maps from centuries before that apparently Wikipedia can't find on their own website. Or the maps of Tartary, which show up there as well. So there's clearly something going on here. It's called a cover-up of this ancient empire. Now here's another example of the eradication of Tartarian Empire history from the history books. This declassified CIA document, which dates back originally to 1957, and was finally declassified in 1997, it attests to the massive rewriting of history that took place in the Soviet Union regarding the Tartarian Empire. The West has been complicit in this rewriting, as demonstrated on the previous page by Wikipedia's denial of Tartaria's prior existence as a country. So to read the quote, or let us take the matter of history, which along with religion, language, and literature, constitute the core of a people's cultural heritage. Here again, the communists have interfered in a shameless manner. For example, on 9 August 1944, the Central Committee of the Communist Party, sitting in Moscow, issued a directive ordering the party's Tartarian Provincial Committee to proceed to a scientific revision of the history of Tartaria, to liquidate serious shortcomings and mistakes of a nationalistic character committed by individual writers and historians in dealing with Tartar history. In other words, Tartar history was to be rewritten, and let us be frank, was to be falsified in order to eliminate references to great Russian aggressions and to hide the facts of the real course of Tartar-Russian relations. And this was no isolated case. Now, we've talked about this previously in our section on Tartaria, but I also want to emphasize again for those who may not have seen that section that there's tremendous research that's been done by YouTube researchers that demonstrate that huge numbers of Tartarian architecture, including pyramids, have been destroyed in the 20th century as a way, again, of hiding the history of the Tartarian Empire. Here's another example. This is a picture of Tartarian symbols in Christian cathedrals. This is actually from the Siena Cathedral in Italy. It's one of the cathedrals that we saw that may have been actually used as a power plant in prior years. And one of the corroborating pieces of evidence for that is the existence of this statuary on the side of the cathedral. None of these objects are of Christian origin, and so one has to question, this looks much more Tartarian in nature, and so one has to question, once again, whether this was in fact a cathedral from the beginning or whether this was architecture from a prior worldwide civilization that has been repurposed after a great reset. Now let's move on to some different topics. This topic is the Hindu roots of the Fibonacci sequence. Western historians have consistently ascribed the origin of the Fibonacci sequence to Fibonacci, but that in fact is not the case. The earliest known description of the Fibonacci sequence dates back to India, the home of the Hindu temples. For those of you who haven't looked at this section, we previously saw that the Nagara-style Hindu temples demonstrate a very sophisticated knowledge of fractals, which of course themselves come from the Fibonacci sequence. Now, even Fibonacci himself admits to obtaining the information on the Fibonacci sequence from Indian mathematicians in the introduction to his book, Liber Abaci. Now, this book was used to produce or to present to the West the mathematics of India. And that's what we use today. Prior to the publication of this book, we were still doing things on the abacus. So we were seriously behind in terms of our mathematical knowledge until this book was published. Now, Mount Meru is an actual and sacred mountain in Tanzania. It is also the name given to the Fibonacci sequence in the Mantra Meru, which in English is the Mountain of Cadence, written by Pingala in the Chandra Shastra around 450 BCE. So once again, more knowledge here. The Fibonacci sequence has been known for thousands of years. And in this writing, it was organized as a pyramid, today known as Pascal's triangle. So you can see all of this information coming from the past. Now, God is associated in ancient Hindu mythology with the infinite and irrational golden ratio at the center of a Fibonacci spiral, symbolized as a mountain pyramid or an infinite spiraling vortex. Wow. Wonder why we haven't heard about this before. Could this be the reason they don't want us to know where this came from? But this spiraling vortex is like the Hindu swastika, a symbol of divinity and spirituality in Indian religions. So what we now know today as the swastika, it has a very, very significant spiritual, sacred geometry context, and it all comes from the ancient Vedas. And this is knowledge that, once again, has been hidden from us, and I believe on purpose. We'll next talk about the Platonic solids, another important topic in creation and cosmology. The Platonic solids are another part of this mystery, and although Plato is attributed with the discovery of the Platonic solids, knowledge of the Platonic solids, again, goes back much further in time, and once again takes us back to ancient India. Information on the Platonic solids dates back to the Vedic texts, or about 18,000 years ago. So far we've seen the history of the Fibonacci sequence has been suppressed and falsified. So has the history of the Platonic solids. Now we're going to find yet another example of the falsification of another important component of cosmology, which is the Hindu origin of fractals. The accepted Western historical narrative suggests that the first person to discover fractals was Benoit Mandelbrot in 1975. And therefore, Mandelbrot is considered the father of all fractals because of his discoveries. But yet, fractals are yet another example of an important phenomenon that has supposedly only recently been discovered, when in fact, knowledge of fractals has been known for thousands of years. And again, Nagara-style Hindu temples demonstrate this very sophisticated knowledge of fractals, as seen in the picture on the right. So we're starting to see a pattern here where we've attempted to attribute these fundamental principles of cosmology and the organization of our universe, the building blocks of our cosmology, are being attributed to Western thought and to different individuals within that, rather than taking us back to their origins, at least that we can track back to the ancient Vedas and the Hindu temples. Another topic, which, again, by itself may not seem significant, but that's the elimination of the quadrivium from our educational curriculum. From the earliest times, it's been held that the trivium, which was the study of grammar, logic, and rhetoric, and the quadrivium, the study of geometry, arithmetic, astronomy, and music, were essential ingredients in any educational curriculum. But by the 14th century, the quadrivium had been replaced by other curricular approaches, with the subsequent Renaissance emphasis on what became the modern humanities, one of the four liberal arts of the modern era, alongside natural science, which is where most of the original quadrivium now resides, the social sciences and the arts. The quadrivium role of providing a basis of exploring first principles of the universe is perhaps the most significant thing that we've lost with this disappearance of our educational curriculum. And kind of commensurate with that, within the next 100 years or so, we began to see that our cosmology was changing. More recently, we've seen a cosmology develop of the Big Bang, which makes us believe that we're all just a cosmic accident, when in fact, as we've seen now, there is just such a pristine, precise mathematical and geometric harmonic order to the universe. So none of this can, when viewed in its totality, can be viewed as anything other than an attempt to suppress this information. And now let's talk about just a few examples of inaccuracies in our history that, again, point to an attempt to suppress this on a worldwide basis, this information. In addition to the previously discussed notion that Christian churches were likely power plants and healing centers, there are numerous other examples in both Eastern and Western history that point to the idea that contemporary religious traditions have been created and or severely modified and changed in an attempt to cover up the role of their architecture as either healing centers or power plants, as well as to hide the existence of worldwide cultures in our past. And a few of these examples that we're going to look at include the crescent on the Taj Mahal, Hindu temples found in the country of Colombia, Buddhist cave temples in the Grand Canyon, Hindu deity Vishnu being found in a Buddhist temple of Bayon in Cambodia, Egyptian mummies in the Grand Canyon, Egyptian hieroglyphs in South America, and the existence of giants. Could all of these inaccuracies be part of a well-orchestrated attempt to rewrite our history? I'm just going to use these as examples, but here's a picture of the Taj Mahal with a close-up of the onion dome on top. And again, remember, this onion dome is not all that dissimilar in its orientation from the onion domes that we saw in Tartarian architecture. So one has to question whether this is not actually a piece of Tartarian architecture as well. But what we're going to discuss here is the existence of the crescent on top of the Taj Mahal. As we mentioned in the earlier section on free energy, both the crescent, the Christian cross, and the Jewish Star of David all work as fractalized antennas. And so seeing this atop the crescent atop this onion dome in India, one has to question the narrative. Well, why is it that an Islamic symbol would be on top of the Taj Mahal, unless the whole narrative of perhaps religion and its symbols came about as a way to rationalize the history of these buildings as sacred, as either sacred healing spaces or as free energy centers. So one has to ask that question. We see the mercury balls here and so forth. So we see this Antiquitech on top of the Taj Mahal as well. And clearly the crescent has nothing to do symbolically with the Hindu religion. Now, I'm going to talk about a couple of videos that YouTuber Praveen Mohan has done. This is one where he talks about Hindu statues in the country of Colombia in Central America. And we see here on the left-hand side, this is a Hindu carving, and here we have one very, very similar to it that's found in Colombia. And the question becomes, and as he poses it appropriately, how was it that these Hindu carvings came to be in Central America? And of course, his solution is that there was a worldwide culture that is in direct contradiction to our historical narrative. So there was worldwide communication and travel in our past. Otherwise, this could not have happened. Here's one more close to home. This is a Buddhist Grand Canyon cave temple. And I didn't know about this until I started doing this research a couple of years ago. But there is, and you can see this entire temple complex that's in the Grand Canyon here in the United States. However, we're not allowed to go see it. It's off limits to people, to visitors, but we can see that inside these caves, we see these Buddhist carvings and so forth. So clearly that culture was over here in the United States as well in years past. And the fact that we can't go visit this or know anything about it tends to speak volumes about the suppression of our history. Now, here's another example that Praveen provides in one of his videos. This is the Hindu deity Shiva in a Buddhist temple in Cambodia called the Bayon Temple. So, he brings up questions once again. Well, why is it that we see a Hindu deity in a Buddhist temple? Have these definitions been changed? What is it about our historical narrative that would allow these kinds of contradictions to occur? Here's another example in the Grand Canyon. We have not just Buddhist antiquities, but we've found Egyptian mummies in the Grand Canyon as well. And as far as I know, again, this section of the Grand Canyon where these were found is also off limits to the public. So we're just seeing all of this crossbreeding of cultures that we thought were separate and distinct, we're finding examples of those antiquities all over the world. Here's another example of Egyptian hieroglyphs in South America. This was a production done by Steve Quayle last year. His documentary was called The Egyptian and Alien Connections in the Americas. And this is a picture of a relic being dug out from the ground that has the very same 76-345 geometry, and it has Egyptian hieroglyphs on it. So clearly the Egyptians were in South America as well. So we've got all of these examples of these cultures, worldwide cultures in existence. And I thought I'd just finish up with this example, which is the existence of giants. Now, we hear of giants in the Bible. We're told that maybe that's just mythology, but if you go on the internet, you can find numerous examples of these types of pictures. And I seriously don't think that the volume of these pictures could have been photoshopped. But here we have three examples of giants in the early 20th century or around the turn of the century. Here we have even one with an airplane, a woman ready to get into an airplane. And a giant at the steps, I believe that's of the U.S. Capitol. So, all of this history has been suppressed and rewritten. There's so many examples of this. All I want to do is to open your mind to the fact that at this point, I honestly don't trust any of our history because so much of it has been suppressed and rewritten and falsified. So I guess my admonition to all of you is to think for yourselves. You don't have to accept this information, but I hope that it's opened your mind to the possibility that history itself, that we take to be fact, may in fact be a complete fabrication. Part 13, a torus-based model of the organizing principles of the universe. Well, I congratulate all of you who've made it to the final part of this documentary. The first 12 parts of the documentary have demonstrated the existence of 3D Phi scaling in nature, in all types of architecture, arts and artifacts, sacred geometry drawings, and in numerous types of technology. Clearly, 3D Phi scaling is a fundamental organizing principle of nature which mankind has been utilizing for thousands of years for free energy, healing, longevity, and other beneficial purposes. Parts 1 through 12 actually constitute the observation phase of what we call the scientific method, which employs the repeated and continuous use of observation, modeling, and testing. It's now time to develop a model of the organizing principles of the universe based upon the observations that we've seen thus far and some others that I'm going to be talking about in this section. So that's what we're going to be doing in this section, and let's get started. Geometer George Leoniak of New Geometry, he recently demonstrated that the scaling of the Platonic solids occurs within the 76.345 3D Phi scaling geometry. And this was really the final piece that I needed, and I didn't have available to me when I wrote the book last year. And that was the piece demonstrating that the Platonic solids actually fit within the geometry of 76-345 and the torus. And now that we know that that is the case, we're able to put together a model which links the torus, the Fibonacci sequence, fractal scaling, the scaling of the Platonic solids, and the 76.345 degree Phi scaling geometry. And this is the first time that all of these pieces have been put together into a comprehensive model of the organizing principles of the universe. So we're going to be taking some time. We may have to repeat some things that we talked about earlier for those who maybe skipped to the end, but let's get started. The major components of the model include the following. The overall model structure is the torus. The 3D Phi scaling formula that we're going to be using, and all of this will start to make sense as we go through it, but is the Fibonacci recursion. And what do I mean by a scaling formula? Nature has to have an equation, a system for creating Phi scaling, and that turns out to be the Fibonacci recursion. We're also the fractal scaling rate. If this model is going to incorporate fractals, we need to make sure that the model scales at that appropriate level in geometry. And we're going to see that fractals scale at Phi cubed, or 4.236. We're going to see that platonic solids scale at exactly the same level, of Phi cubed, or 4.236. And finally, we're going to see that the torus horn geometry in which all of this activity is occurring equates to 76.345 degrees, which is equal to Phi cubed, or 4.236. All of this maybe isn't making sense right now, but hopefully it will as we proceed. And then the final thing we're going to talk about, although it's difficult to quantify this, is the data input drivers. What powers up this whole process of creation? And of course, we have the wind and the torsion fields and so forth, but what creates the organizational effects that we see from the model? And that actually includes two types of things: physical objects, which we'll call passive torsion generators, and we've seen many examples of those already in the research, but it also can be affected by consciousness, and those are called active torsion generators. So those are the major pieces that we're going to be going through today, and we're going to start by looking at, first of all, I want to remind you, this is just a brief review from the very beginning, that the slant height of the Russian pyramids is 4.236. If you remember, we saw that on the previous page here. And also that the slant angle of the Russian pyramids and Phi scaling is 76.345 degrees. So just a little reminder. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the Fibonacci recursion and its ability to model 3D Phi scaling. So the first question we need to answer when you put this kind of a model together is, what is the proper equation to start with that we need to use to model 3D Phi scaling? And as we mentioned earlier in the documentary, the Fibonacci recursion provides really, I think, the only real choice for this modeling capability. And the reason why I say that is that probably the most important characteristic of the Fibonacci recursion is its unique ability to scale any two numbers, we've talked about this from the beginning, and achieve Phi convergence, which again is the ability to approach Phi asymptotically as we proceed through this infinite recursion called the Fibonacci recursion, along with its ability to scale both larger and smaller with perfect precision. Also, the Fibonacci recursion produces fractalized scaling. Now, what do I mean by that? Just as we could start with 0 and 1 in the Fibonacci sequence and be able to figure out all of the numbers, it doesn't matter what two numbers we use, whether they're the first ones or the last ones. In fact, it begs the question, is there a beginning and an end to this, which is for a topic for another day. But you can take any two numbers within the recursion, and you're going to find that you can build the entire Fibonacci recursion from those two numbers. So we're going to look at some research results to demonstrate what I've just told you. And the results on these following pages are going to demonstrate, first, that any two number values can be used with the Fibonacci recursion to achieve Phi convergence. Second, the speed with which the sequences converge to Phi is remarkably consistent no matter what the initial values are. And lastly, the sequences can also be scaled in reverse with perfect precision. So we're going to now look at some examples to prove the things that I've just indicated. So essentially what I've done here we have 4 different examples, the yellow, blue, green, and gray. And each of these is a Fibonacci is a sequence of numbers based upon the Fibonacci recursion formula. Now, in the first example, we see 0 and 1 are our first and second numbers. And what I've done is I have applied that and created the sequence based upon these initial number pairs. And in the second column, what I've done is to figure out the ratio of the two numbers, two preceding numbers, and we can see how the Phi convergence, comes into being. Now, in the second, so we see that in the first example. This is the classic 0-1 Fibonacci sequence that we all see in basic sacred geometry books. But now the second one, what I've done, I just decided to pick 2 separate numbers. And when I saw the results, I knew I had to do this in this documentary as well. I picked the numbers 1 and 1 billion. And what I think is striking, number one, if you look down to the bottom of the page, you can see that the Phi convergence has occurred to the exact same precision, 1.618033999, that we have as when we start with 0 and 1. But what I want you to find or to look at is the fact that even though we start with 2 different initial and second numbers, and they are vastly different, that the ratios to 8 significant digits that occur when we do the Fibonacci recursion on these number pairs is exactly the same as well, with the exception of the very first number. But you can see 1, 2, 1.5, 166. And so you can see that there is embedded scaling even within these number pairs and within the Fibonacci sequence, because the achievement of the Fibonacci Phi convergence occurs at exactly the same precise numbers. So I thought that was fascinating. But the third example we're going to look at, we have a first number of 500 and the second number is negative, -50. So we can see that even with one negative number, we're going to achieve the same level of precision. And then in the last number, the last segment, you're going to see that the first number and second numbers are both negative, and those take us out to the same level of precision. Now, the other thing that we have to prove on any scaling methodology is that it works just as well in reverse as it does scaling larger. So what I've done is I've taken those same results, and rather than adding the 2 numbers together, in these cases, in the descending case, we're subtracting them from each other. And what we find is that it works perfectly, that each and every number comes out exactly to where it was before. You remember we had 0 and 1 at the end, and 1 at 1 billion, 500 and -50, and -50 and 10. So everything works. So what we see here is, again, to summarize, the Fibonacci recursion or sequence can scale any 2 set of numbers, both larger and smaller, with perfect precision. So it is a universally applicable model to what we're trying to achieve. Now, I want to talk briefly about what are the chances of finding an alternative to the Fibonacci recursion. And quite honestly, I'm not sure that you can do that, but there's no way to prove it. So I want to describe to you why I believe this is singularly the best and only way of achieving universal Phi scaling. First, neither phi nor any irrational number can be used as part of a recursive scaling formula due to the simple fact that an infinite irrational number such as phi cannot be precisely replicated over an infinite number of iterations without rapidly losing precision. And the only way to guarantee infinite precision is to use a scaling function that is purely arithmetic in nature. In other words, using only addition and subtraction. And of course, the formulas that I've set up do that very thing. They use only addition and subtraction for purposes of scaling. And even though multiplication of a whole number by another whole number will always produce another whole number, the same is not true with division, which will often result in irrational numbers. And we're going to see an example of that here in a few minutes. This is just an editorial comment. I think maybe that the reason why the idea of Phi convergence only occurring with the initial number pairs of 0 and 1 may actually have been perpetuated to throw us off the trail of finding out this information. Now, a lot of mathematicians know this, but those in cosmology have seemingly missed this critically important point. So here we have a formula. It's the Fibonacci recursion. I'm calling it recursion on purpose so that I can distinguish it from the 0-1 Fibonacci sequence, even though it's the same formula that people are so used to. So now I want to demonstrate as well that the Fibonacci sequence produces unique fractalized number sets. And let me explain what I mean by that. Each Fibonacci sequence is unique. Any two numbers, not just the initial number pair, can be used to establish the entire set of values through application of the Fibonacci recursion, either additive or subtractive. For example, if we look at the numbers 610 and 377, I just picked those out of the middle of this situation, but you can see that in the chart, you could start at that point and you could scale upward or you could scale downward, and you would be able to put together the entire infinity of this recursion from just those two numbers. So that's what I'm trying to say about fractalized sets. It also helps us to visualize fractalization, and we'll be talking about that a little bit later. Now I want to just show you some visuals on how you can visualize Fibonacci scaling. So what I've got here are 4 diagrams that demonstrate how the Fibonacci sequence is used to achieve Phi scaling. And the first diagram on the left, I just picked these numbers because they were mathematically precise to 1.618. But if we start with the number 3.077 and the second number that we're scaling downward with is 1.902, then we use these as our beginning two reference numbers. We apply the recursion formula and we subtract one from the other, and we get the diameter of the new circle or sphere of 1.175, which is nothing more than 3077 minus 1.902, and we achieve, we've determined the diameter of the next sphere at 1.175. At which point, we start the process over again, and we use the second and the third spheres, and we subtract 1.175 for 1.902, and we get 0.726, and we have now established the diameter of the third or fourth sphere in the process. So it goes on like this, both scaling upward and downward to infinity. And but that's the way you should visualize this. Is there a start or an end to this process? I honestly don't think so. And we don't have time to go into that, but I think this is just an infinite loop. And it kind of gets into the question of, is there time and space? And I know this is beyond the subject matter here, but my belief is that these scalings are infinite, and that we only see those, that are within our range of comprehension in terms of frequencies that we can perceive. Now, what I want to do here, I want to go back and again point out that I was using a very, very close approximation to the actual phi. We can never get to it exactly, but that was the ratio 1.618:03399 to achieve these accurate results. Now, we know in reality that when we start with any two number pairs, we're not going to have that precision right away. So I wanted to kind of show you visually what happens when you have two different number pairs other than the ones that immediately produce the phi ratio. Now, the phi ratio can be found if you look at these 5 diagrams. It's the equivalent of the one here in the middle. And let me explain what I've done. I've come up with 5 different initial number pairs. And in each case, I've kept the bottom circle or sphere with a diameter of 10. And I've varied the size of the second sphere as in proportion, in some proportion to that number. So in this first example, the first diameter is 10, but I arbitrarily picked 3.333 as the diameter of the second one. And so the Phi convergence ratio, when we change those two or convert them to a ratio, is 3. Now, I've done the same thing here with the second example. The first diameter is 10. You can see it marked 10 there. And the second one is 5. So add the two together, it comes up to 15. So that's the diameter. I didn't go through that here, but we're at 10 on the left, and we're at about 3 1/3 here. So you can see that these are all numerically accurate. But what you're seeing is that it's bending out over on these left two examples away from straight vertical. And these final two examples, they actually, if you were to draw straight lines, the bottom circles wouldn't even be touching. But one thing you'll notice is that the tops of these, at least visually, look virtually identical with each other. And that's the way we would perceive it as being identical until we get out to the very end. Although, as we've discussed before, it is changing ever so much, ever so slightly as we get to the center of the torus, because we're getting successively better approximations of the golden ratio. Now, why is that important? It's important because when we look at objects other than traditional steeples and conical structures that maintain a consistent ratio, we find this whole class of cupolas that exist. And it's my guess, although this is going to take a lot more research, that on the left side, here we have the onion domes from Russia. Here we have a cupola on a barn in a rural location. And here we see a cupola at Big Ben on the top of Big Ben. So it could be that the curvature of these cupolas is oriented in some way to express this very component of Phi scaling. I don't know that for a fact, but I wanted to bring it out and get people's comments on it. But now that we've seen that the Fibonacci sequence is an appropriate modeling formula for universal Phi scaling, I want to go on and discuss the other components that we mentioned earlier that are important to developing this model. And the first one is finding 3D Phi scaling in the Mandelbrot set. Now, the Mandelbrot set was developed by Benoit Mandelbrot in the 1970s and 80s. And this is one of the most famous fractal drawings. Well, one of the things that I found when I was doing research on harmonics was the following slide from a book Richard Merrick wrote called Interference. And in it, what he did was to determine the scaling interval of the spheres in the Mandelbrot set. And sure enough, if you look at this diagram, you're going to see, if you're not familiar, these are all fractalized representations from this particular equation that you see up at the top here. But the spheres and circles that come about as a result of this equation are all scaled in phi cubed, which is 4.236. So if we look at that very tiny circle at the very end here, you define that as phi. The next circle has a diameter phi cubed. The next one, phi to the 6th. And the last one, which he projects out to be phi to the 9th. So it looks as though from this representation that fractals scale at the level of phi cubed, or 4.236, which is the slant height, as we talked about just a few minutes ago, of a 3D phi scaling pyramid or cone. And similarly, I found that the same thing was true with respect to the Platonic solids. Now, the nested Platonic solids diagram that I'm showing on this page comes from Robert Lawler's Sacred Geometry, Philosophy, and Practice. Now, it's a two-dimensional drawing, but when I saw it, I immediately started to see this in 3 dimensions. And if you look at that diagram now and perceive it from the perspective that you're looking at the bottom of it and looking up into a cone that has these concentric circles as its outer boundaries, then all of a sudden you start to see it in 3 dimensions. Well, one of the things that Lawler did was to give us the dimensions, and I've double-checked this myself, but he, on this chart, gives you the diameters of the radii of each of these circles and the geometric Platonic solids. And so what I was able to do was to determine the ratio, the scaling ratio, between one icosahedron and the other icosahedron at the bottom of this drawing. And when you do that, sure enough, you find out that the ratio of those 2 diameters turns out once again to be 4.236, or phi cubed, which again is the slant height of the phi scale of phi scaling. So we've now seen that both fractalization and the Platonic solids, scale at this very same geometry. Now, George Leoniak in the previous section went through this, but I want to review it for those of you who have not watched that section. This is a diagram of the progression of the Platonic solids, and what George has demonstrated in this and other slides is that indeed the progression of these Platonic solids matches this phi cubed geometry of scaling. And also he's determined that this works perfectly with Dan Winter's Star Mother sacred geometry model of implosion. So this was the missing link for me. I didn't have this knowledge or capability, but now that I've hooked up and George has made these drawings, I know that all aspects of this model now fit together perfectly. Now here's another one from his section, which deals with the dodecahedron and the scaling of the dodecahedron inside the spheres. But it shows again the phi cube scaling that occurs with the Platonic solids. And then finally, this piece that again comes from the previous section, George put together a rhombic tricantahedron, which perfectly matches the 76-345 geometry and the spheres that would whose edges would protrude out on each side. So a perfect match in terms of the geometry for sacred geometry. And then on the right-hand side here, he's taken the example of the torus, which I found, which is that of the Breakthrough Prize in Fundamental Physics. And we know that it's perfectly spherical, and he's overlaid that on that award to show how perfectly it fits inside. So we also now know that that the Platonic solids will scale within inside this geometry. Now, a lot of you still may be asking or wondering, why is it that we're so concerned about the Platonic solids? Well, in addition to other scientists from past centuries, such as Kepler, who saw the nesting of the Platonic solids as significant, and he actually used it to produce a model of the location of the planets. Although it turned out not to be totally accurate, the concepts have been proven out in with electron microscopy, and this is an example. There's a certain type of matter organization called a microcluster, which is an intermediate state between the ether and physical matter as we know it. And these are pictures of electron micrographs of a gold microcluster of about 460 atoms, which is continuously changing its form from one Platonic solid form to the other. So we do have some real world examples here that this does actually occur in nature. So all of this points to the fact that this model, bears some consideration. Here's the last part of this. I mentioned this before. The Breakthrough Prize in Fundamental Physics produces or gives out each year this trophy as their physical award. This is the most financially lucrative science award on the planet. And sure enough, their spherical torus has this 76-345 geometry in it as well. So that was sort of the inspiration for finding this. And then what I'm suggesting here, this is sort of, I'm calling it the integrating overlay. We've discussed now how all of this works. The scaling can work inside the pyramid. This is an old logo, as a matter of fact, that attempted to demonstrate the energy fields and the construction of the pyramid. And this is essentially what we would like to be able to, and I'm looking for someone to model all of this information into a dynamic animation so that we can show this visually to the world. So if anyone's interested in helping with that, please contact me. But essentially, to summarize again, all of the key components, the method, which is the Fibonacci sequence, the geometry, the model of the torus, all of this fits perfectly within each other, inside of each other. So this is the beginnings of a model. I know I'm going to be working on this. This is my life's goal, to continue to expand this information. And for those who are interested in it, I'd love to hear from you, because there's nothing better than having people assist with a project of this nature. Now, the last part that I want to discuss, which I can't do in a quantitative manner, but is the role of consciousness in creation. And to do that, I'm going to talk about Plato's three-termed continuous proportion. And the topic of scaling can be viewed from the perspective of the division of a unity, a whole, in a precise fashion into component parts. And the best approach to doing this is by way of what is considered the cornerstone of ancient philosophical mathematics, which is the science of mediation, which is simply an observation of mean terms. One of the foundational concepts to the science of mediation is the difference between a ratio and a proportion. And just to go over that, a ratio is the relation of one number to another, for example, 2 to 4, whereas a proportion is a repeating ratio that typically involves 4 or more terms. In this case, like 2 is to 4 as 5 is to 10. But Plato states that continuous geometric proportion, which is the 3-term version we're going to be talking about, is the most profound cosmic bond. And in his Timaeus writings, he describes the world soul, which binds together into one harmonic resonance the intelligible world of forms, including pure mathematics above, and the visible world of material objects below. Now, if that's a mouthful, we'll continue on. Hopefully, this will make some more sense. The 3-term continuous proportion is one in which the middle term b in this equation is in the same ratio or relationship to the first term as to the last term. So in this case, A is to B as B is to C would classify or be considered a 3-term continuous proportion. Now, parts 1 through 12 of this documentary have demonstrated the effects of geometric form on physical reality, but other factors impact the creation of physical reality as well, namely consciousness. Researchers such as Nikolai Kozyrev, he's essentially the father of torsion physics from Russia, was able to come up with measuring devices to show changes in the torsion fields. And what he would find is when he was emotional about a particular topic, and the example that's given is he loved to read Faust and to listen to Faust and so forth, but he would feel emotion when he was doing that, and sure enough, the indicator would show that there was a dramatic change in the torsion field. So we know that works. We've also seen this information from the Australian National University about 6-7 years ago. They did some research where they showed that the double slit experiments from about 60 years prior, when you put in essentially a random number generator, which decided after the wave went past this barrier whether it was going to be a barrier or it's going to be a wave or a particle. They found out that the universe, that consciousness, reached into this universe of infinite possibilities, even so-called after the fact, and was able to make a determination that proved to be accurate 100% of the time. So we've got all this research out there that consciousness has this impact. So in the context of the 3-term continuous proportion, we need to perceive both physical objects and also our consciousness as B in this equation, because we are essentially responsible for the production of the seen from the unseen. So hope that helps. It's hard to quantify this. This is getting into cutting edge, and it'd be great to have some research funding to really go into this in greater detail. But now, before we leave this topic, I want to a lot of you are going to say, well, where is all this going? What does this model do for us? Well, here's one thing that I just recently discovered, which tells me that I'm getting into a rabbit hole here where fractals we're going to find fractals within fractals within fractals, and I'll explain what I'm talking about with this diagram. And I've called it the embedded Phi scaling based Fibonacci sequence inside 3D Phi scaling. You say, well, what is he talking about? So let me go through this, and I think you'll be astonished at what you're going to find. In the first column, what I did, this was not the intention when I started this exercise, but I decided I was going to look at some relationships from Phi scaling. And so I scaled Phi from number 1, and I scaled it out to Phi to the 10th power. So you can see here that, Phi is 1.618, squared 2.618, 423, and so forth, out to the 10th power. Now, to achieve the inverse of that, all you need to do is to take 1 over, and you are decreasing at a scale of Phi. So I take 1 and divide it by Phi, and I get 0.618, 0.381, and so forth. So that's what these first 2 columns represent. These are the numerical equivalents of every Phi scaling from 1 over Phi to the 10th to Phi to the 10th power. Well, when I started looking at these relationships, I found something that I think is just absolutely fascinating. What I noticed was that if I took Phi to the 10th power, and this is the equation in the third column in each case, Phi to the 10th power, and I added 1 over Phi to the 10th power to it, what happens? I end up with rounding, without rounding error, a whole number of 123. Now, when I do that with every even numbered power, you'll notice here in this case, I've done it Phi to the 8th power, that's 46.97 plus 0.21, I get 47, another whole number. Now, it only works with the even numbered powers. And so I thought, boy, this is strange. But then I noticed that on the odd numbered powers, if I subtracted the 2 from each other, I achieved the same whole number. And to use as an example, Phi to the 9th, that's 76.01 here. And if I subtract 1 over Phi to the 9th from that, I achieve a whole number. So when I take away the rounding error, which is over on the side, and look at the whole number equivalents, we're going to find something really fascinating is going on here. We have developed yet another Fibonacci sequence or recursion based upon a different initial number pair. In this case, it's 1 and 3. But you'll see that 1 and 3 equals 4, 3 plus 4 equals 7, and so forth. So essentially, even though the formula is different and it's in alternating powers, which is a fascinating subject in and of itself, why is there an alternating power pattern here? And I'd love feedback on this, but you get kind of an embedded Fibonacci recursion inside another Fibonacci recursion. So I don't know what to make of that, but this is the kind of research that I think this is going to take us to, and we're going to continue to find these infinitely amazing patterns within the world of sacred geometry. Now, to discuss this a little bit more, I'm not going to go into it in this video or in this documentary, but some of my other research has demonstrated that all Fibonacci sequences or recursions, probably regardless of their initial number pair, will all fit within one of the following series of repeating numbers when reduced to base 9. Now, for those of you who are familiar with vortex mathematics, humor the rest of the folks, but I'm going to go through and explain how you reduce things to base 9. If you have a number, for example, of 33, what you would do is add the 2 digits together and you'd end up with the number 6. If you had the number 98, you would add 9 and 8 together, and you'd get 17. But then you would need to add 1 and 7 together, and you'd end up with 8. That's the basic idea. And but once you've reduced any number pair to its base 9 equivalent, they're all going to fit into one of these 4 number systems. In this particular case, in this example that we just discussed, you see the 1, 3, 4, 7 here. That is the precise arrangement of this second series that we find here. Now, the original Fibonacci sequence is essentially in the first, it reduced to base 9, is shown in the first sequence. So I don't know what will happen if we can find a way to come up with this third sequence, but I'm sure that there is a way to do that, and this may be just another kind of layer of the onion as we peel out this fractalization pattern and look at it in greater detail. So just some fascinating information to ponder. Where we are now, as I mentioned earlier, we will be proceeding to develop this using some modeling software. And I've got lots of things that I want to do with this. If anybody's interested in assisting, this is a monumental project. If you know how to model this, I'd love to hear from you because I really don't feel like I've got the time to learn this skill right now. But we're going to continue to refine our modeling assumptions. We're going to be doing a lot more work into vortex mathematics and other topics as well. So, but the basic model is now, I think it works, and all we're going to need is for people out there to join in this, and I think in fairly short order we should have an even more refined model that we can actually begin to work with in science experiments. Well, this ends the formal part of the documentary. I'd like to take the remaining moments we have together to tell you a little bit about the Pyramid Science Foundation, Stargate Pyramids, my website where I sell pyramids, and also Pyramid Surge, which is Lisa Richards' website where she sells capstones and other accessories for the pyramids. But first, to start with the foundation was founded in 2019 as a Pennsylvania nonprofit corporation and was designated a 501c3 organization by the Internal Revenue Service in 2020. The foundation was founded to conduct scientific research relating to the value of pyramid energy fields to human, physical, and behavioral health, the environment, agriculture, materials science, free energy, and other affiliated areas of research. And based on the observational research and the very promising models of the organizing principles of the universe that we've been able to derive from this research, the foundation is looking for research funding to begin testing the health, free energy attributes associated with this geometry. Individuals can contribute to these efforts by going to the Foundation's website, which is at the top of the page, pyramidsciencefoundation.org. If you have some specific projects that you are interested in assisting with or potentially funding, please feel free to contact me at charlie@Stargate Pyramids or at 412-474-3481. I wanted to just show you briefly, here's the homepage for the Pyramid Science Foundation website. You can learn a little bit about the foundation, our research. We have a summary of all of the pyramid research that we've done to date on this geometry. There you'll see a little bit about our board and projects and upcoming items like memberships and so forth that we're in the process of developing. And of course, if you're interested in donating, please see the donate button at the top of the menu bar. Now, this is a quick page about my company, Stargate Pyramids. I make individual healing and meditation pyramids based on this geometry. The pyramids are sold at stargatepyramids.com. And for those viewers who are watching this, all products are now on sale. Use the documentary code documentary20 to receive 20% off of all of your products. Lisa is offering the same coupon code for all of the accessories on her website as well. And for those of you who are interested in getting the book, 76.345, this is the book that began this research project. I published this last year. It's in hardback and, paperback and Kindle editions on Amazon.com. And then finally, I want to show you Lisa Richards' products here on pyramidsearch.com. She sells capstones, amplifiers, and other accessories, which are just beautiful and are fantastic energy amplifiers. So to look at her products, go to pyramidsurge.com. Also, you can follow the foundation on YouTube and Rumble at the Pyramid Science Foundations. Although I'm only putting my face up at the very end of this documentary, I do appreciate your time and effort in sticking with this. I hope you've gotten a lot out of it. I know that it's been a joy for me for the last 6 years to study this information, and even bigger joy to bring it to you. So I thank you all for watching, and you have a great day.